And this is sound check, sound check, sound check. I hope you are here. You can hear me. I hope my camera works well. I hope you can see even me today at the React Global Online Summit 2025 from Geekle. And we are about to start in few moments. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just let me know if you can hear me and see me well. All right. Yes, I finally ready. I am here ready to kick off, and I see your comments. Looks good on my end. See and hear you just fine. Can hear you and see you well. Hello, 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 everyone. I'm so excited to announce that we are kicking off with React Global Summit from Geekle 2025. Yay! Here we go. Uh, we need to stop this music, I guess, because I still can hear it, and I'm not sure if you can still hear the music, but yeah, maybe it's because in my another window it was open this stream. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am very humbled and honored to see all these folks connected, registered, joined us today to see and hear what is happening in VR development, what happens in all SDLC actually. Because this AI stuff, those rumors, those gossips, those even facts now, they make all of us curious. Like, where is my place over there? Will everything like blow up and I don't know, and everything will change or nothing will change, and this is like another bubble that will just explode with some noise, and that's it. No one actually knows for sure, but today we're starting this event. This is the AI edition of our summit, because we already have a number of AI use cases, number of experienced guys who are usually who is actually using AI tools and generative AI for React development or inside of React applications. So now our mission is to equip Geekle community with the latest approaches, latest use cases, latest dev tools, AI focused, of course, to not just know something about it, but actually to um, to lead this AI transformation and innovation and stuff in the industry. All right, let's talk. As always, we talk. We always talk as communities about communication. Just let me know, people, where are you from? Where are you based right now? Where you are uh, watching this stream from? From work, from home, from your bedroom, from whatever you want to say. Say hello. Just let us know you're there, and to make me like feel I'm not alone here with my computer, but to touch you somehow over there. And yeah, I see so many folks here. All good, all good. Hello, morning, morning. Hello. Yeah, just let me know. I am in right now. I'm Nice in France, and I see more people coming, sharing. USA 3 a.m. Lol. Yeah, that's lol actually. Tony, thank you very much for joining and inspiring all of us. Whoever else, I see more folks on YouTube. You are not alone. Thank you very much. And yes, most of our um, attendees today for this first day are on YouTube, and I see not too much comments in the chat. Anyway, just let us know you're there, and let's go to the to this brilliant day and agenda. But just a second, give me 30 seconds. Sorry about that. And yeah, now we're back, and opening this React Day is by Faith de Kunle. State while revalidate, supercharging React performance. And that's what we will be hearing in few minutes. Then we will have the guy from Adobe speeding up React performance comparison between 17 and 19 version of React. That's hot. And then my colleague and partner Bogdan from Geekle AI, generative AI in development process and dev tools. That's what we expect to hear in our first block in few minutes. And probably I have to mention some stuff right now. Yeah, so we have 2 days actually. Let me see. Today is kind of more technology or framework focused talks. We're talking mostly, but not only, about React, about new features, about new approaches, and some cool stuff in the framework. And tomorrow is fully dedicated day for AI use cases. So if you don't have tickets for tomorrow's sessions, just go on our website and upgrade, and you can use the promo code, or also you can ask for the promo code in the live chat. And I'm sure our Vicky will be really generous to share some cool promo codes with the community to cut the price down. Also, we have upcoming events really soon. It's QA Global Summit Day 2 or AI Day 2. Also, like 10 plus uh, use cases about AI. Also, Node.js Global Summit AI Edition, also mostly focused on AI use cases. Angular in April, same stuff. What AI tools we can use in Angular or for Angular applications, then Vue, then UI UX, then software architecture, and then Flutter, and that will be it for spring up to the summer. So we have a bunch of cool events, all focused on AI, and there is a kind of way we create this new product to let everyone follow all these use cases is Geekle AI Big Pass. So you can buy one pass for a whole year and enjoy like all these sessions, and we'll be sending you new sessions once they come up. And yeah, just I actually believe there is only one right path right now to learn AI. No right teachers or right courses or stuff um, out there because it's too young and it's too actually reactive and develops. But learning real life use cases from guys who actually use AI tools or connect generative AI to their applications, I believe this is the best way to stay on the top of the industry and all this knowledge. No further ado, I believe I actually mentioned everything I wanted. Yes, so we're starting our React Day. No, I need to actually read some comments in Tunisia and Brazil. And let me see where I can find those comments from YouTube. Well, I'm not sure I see them in this my console. Anyway, let's get it started. Um, Faiz de Gule state while revalidate, supercharging React performance. Let's hear him out.
Hi, and welcome. Today I'm going to be speaking on Stale While Revalidate. I started working with this library a few years ago, and for the longest time, I never really knew it was called Stale While Revalidate. This is because I just never really heard anyone call it that, which makes sense because Stale While Revalidate sounds like a mouthful. So for the rest of this presentation, I'm going to be referring to it by its abbreviation. For brevity and for my sanity, I'll be calling it SWR, which is also what it is commonly known as. So welcome once again, and let's get into it. So brief introduction about myself. My name is Faith Adekunle. I'm from Nigeria. I am a senior software engineer at DistroBird. I work primarily with Ruby on Rails on the back end and of course React.js on the front end. So let's get into what SWR is, why it is cool, and why you should consider using it in building your React applications. SWR is a tool or a library that was developed by Verso for the purpose of optimizing, data fetching and just improving performance around that. And one of the biggest ways that SWR is able to achieve this is through, data caching. So when you make a GET request using SWR to your backend server, your API endpoints, or any other data source that you may be consuming, SWR saves a cached version of that response such that the next time you make a request to that same endpoint, the same URL, it is able to present your user with the cached version, the saved data, while also revalidating in the background to get a more recent and up-to-date version or response from the same data source. This is a big deal, and it's really good because it gives your user, a sort of an experience of continuity and fluidity as they navigate throughout your application, because there is less lag, less delay. It seems like pages are loading faster, all just powered by the cached data that SWR manages for you. I also listed here some of the more specific things, some of which I've already mentioned, like data fetching, caching, and revalidation. And as we proceed during this presentation, we will get into the code very soon, where I will be showing how and where some of these things work. And finally, SWR supports error handling, pagination, and some of the obvious things that you would expect that a library like that should support. And it also works seamlessly with all backend services. There are no restrictions here. One thing I also like to mention here is that, as we will see later on as we proceed, SWR is highly configurable, and so many of these features that it offers, and revalidation and data polling and all of that, can be configured. So you can turn them on and off and apply configurations around them as you please. Sometimes that is necessary, and we will see all of this as we also proceed in the coming slides and as we get into the code. Now, I'm sure many of you, or just React developers generally, are probably used to the more conventional way of data fetching right now, which is to have a state variable initialized at the beginning of your component, and call your action in the body of a use effect, and then set the response into the state variable to use. And that's fine. But here I've listed some of the ways and benefits that you might gain if you replace your current use effect method with SWR. Starting with the obvious one, which is data caching. If you're going to implement some form of data caching along with your current use effect strategy, it will take some manual work to make that happen. But with SWR, all that stuff comes out of the box. The next is auto revalidation. Like I mentioned, in case you didn't catch it in the previous slide, this is a big deal. If you're someone like me who sometimes can leave a tab on a web page open on my browser for weeks, sometimes maybe even months. I know some folks that might leave tabs open on their browser for 3-4 months. Chances are when you come back to a particular tab that you've had open for a long time, what you're looking at that time is probably going to be old data, stale data. One of the things SWR does is revalidation for you, focus recovery, which means that when your user refocuses back in your application, SWR is able to tie into that event and in the background again revalidate your data such that it doesn't matter how long your user has had the tab open for. By the time they come back in a matter of seconds, they are once again looking at up to date and very recent data. This is good. SWR also has some built-in error management involved. There are some performance improvements, minor performance improvements here and there, some of which we will see as we get into the coding. I should also mention that SWR also just requires less lines of code. With just a single line or with a few lines of code, you can achieve much more than you will be able to, as opposed to using a use effect in collaboration with a use state. It's just cleaner, simpler, less lines of code, and easier to understand. And so with all that said, let's dive into the IDE and do some coding where I get to show you some of SWR's magic. So to show you some of SWR's features live, I put together a very small React application here. It's nothing fancy and certainly nothing stylish. It's just a 2-page application with a home page that leads to a demo page and back to the home page. And in the code here, I have installed all the dependencies and packages that we're going to need. The most important one here being SWR, of course. I have a fetcher file, which you can think of as an action file that makes a request to a public API endpoint. And what this endpoint does is simply returns a number that represents the number of times that the endpoint has been hit. Somewhere here, I also register the time the request went out. This is just to show you later on, how fast the request goes out in SWR compared to how fast it does in a use effect. So with that said, let's start writing some code. What I intend to do in the demo component here is to use the fetcher to make that request twice. One time in the body of a use effect and the second time with SWR. And as the responses come, we're going to render them in 2 different boxes and just do some comparison. And later on, I also get to show you some of SWR's cool features like revalidate on focus recovery, revalidate on mounts. We're also going to take a look at the API documentation. So you see some of the options available to you for configuration and if you want to customize how SWR works for you. So to start with, I'm going to make a request in a use effect. But first, as you probably already know, we need some state variables. I'm going to call mine use effect data. And I'm going to initialize it to just undefined in a use state. And so next in a use effect, I'm going to make that request, provided that use effect data is still undefined. Then I can say fetcher dot then data, then set use effect data to data. I just need to import fetcher here real quick. All right, some dependencies here, just use effect data. So right now we are loading or making that request in the use effect as we normally would. Before we continue, I'm going to create a new component here that I'm going to call with use effect .js. This is where we're going to render the response that we receive from the endpoint. This is going to be a very small React component. I don't need this and this. I know it's not a very stylish application, but just so that it doesn't look ugly, I'm gonna just include some class names here. So just hang tight. So the first class name here will be texts. So texts extra small, PR2 and PY6. And in that div, I'm going to have a paragraph first. Paragraph will also have some class names. Text center, just to position the text. Some background, gray, 200, and P4. These are Tailwind classes, in case you haven't already noticed. And then I have a span here with some class names also, underline, and some font styling, font bold here. And so in the span, I'm just going to say use effect, just to let you know that this is the data that comes from a use effect. Then down here, I have another div with a class name, again, P4, some border color. I believe I want 100. Actually, let me make that 200 also. Some height, 60.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. Just a few minutes. Something going wrong with this stream. We will try to restart everything. Just 1 minute, please. I don't know. It compresses too much, and we're losing quality. Just a few seconds more, and
welcome.
we'll be back.
User, a 200 and P4. These are Tailwind classes, in case you haven't already noticed. And then I have a span here with some class names also, underline, and some font styling, font bold here. And so in the span, I'm just going to say use effect, just to let you know that this is the data that comes from a use effect. Then down here, I have another div with a class name, again, P4, some border color. I believe I want 100. Actually, let me make that 200 also. Some height, 60. I don't want a top border. Yep. Flex. I want justify, center, and items center as well. Inside this div, I'm going to be creating another div that will also have some class names. We're almost there, I promise. P4, background gray, 100 this time around. I'm rounded full. All right, and finally, in the div, I will simply say if I have, so this component is going to take a prop for now called counts. Again, the count is simply the number of times that the endpoint has been hit. So if I have count here, if count is not equal to undefined, then let's render Just some backticks here. Let's render hash count, otherwise loading. Right. So in my demo component here, I'm simply going to render use effect with use effect component. I'm going to say count equal to use effect data. Some safe navigation here. I believe it's called message right there. So if we go back to the components and we head to the demo page, yeah, we see the use effect data. Let me refresh again. Initially it's loading and then the count comes back. So we're going to do the same thing now, but this time around I'm going to use SWR to do it. And so to do that, the first thing I'm going to do is import use SWR from SWR. Then I'm going to say data use SWR data, right, like this. Now SWR takes at a very basic level two arguments. One is the URL, the other one is fetcher. So it means that I need to provide the URL here. The URL is currently inside the fetcher file. I need to bring it outside and probably pass it in here as an argument instead. So that here I will have a variable called URL. I'll pass it in here as well, and then I can use it for SWR also. So with this we have the use SWR data. Like I said earlier, just one line and we have our data, that's all. So to render this, I'm also going to create another component. It's very similar to the one for use effects. I'll call it with use swr.js. I'm just going to copy everything I have in here and bring it here. This is going to change to with use swr. I think I want this to be pl2 and this to be use swr, of course, and I want to number these two. So back here I'm going to just render with use swr components, and just like that. So now we should have two boxes, one with use effects, the other with SWR. Now, one of the first things you will notice is sometimes the SWR response comes first, sometimes the use effect response comes first. If I refresh a few times, you would see that this time around SWR came first. Let me refresh again. This time around SWR came first again. Refresh one more time, SWR came first again. Most of the time you will notice that the response from using SWR comes earlier than the response from the use effect. Although the speed of response is not something that is really within our control. Sometimes you might have two requests that go out in a certain order, but the responses don't come back in the same order, just because it could be network issues or whatever. But one thing I can guarantee is when you use SWR as compared to use effect, the requests always goes out faster. So SWR always sends the request out a bit earlier than use effect does. And the reason for this is that you may or may not know this already, but the use effect always fires the first time after your component is done rendering. And so that means your components will go through a full cycle of rendering before your use effect kicks in. With SWR, that's not the case. SWR can very much begin to kick in or fire just while the component is still rendering. And so you get some very small speed improvements here, something that may not be very evident to the average user. But as developers, we are very obsessed about minor details like that. And so, but just to show you what I mean, remember I said in fetcher, I register the time just before the request goes out. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to calculate the difference in the time it took for SWR to send the request as compared to use effect. So to do that, I'm going to have another variable here, and I'm going to use a use memo to do this. I'm simply going to say if use effect data and SWR data, right, this is perfect. So return the time difference between the two of them. Just to keep things clean, I'm going to clip it to 2 decimal places. Otherwise, return 0. And here, I'll simply have these two as dependencies. Now, because SWR always does revalidating in the background, right? And so even though useEffect will only fetch once, SWR sometimes might revalidate in the background. So I want this to only compute the very first time SWR and useEffect send their requests out. And so to make that happen, I will just clip this into, I'll cast it into a Boolean, and so that this time difference is only calculated when you compare the first two requests that go out. The subsequent requests that SWR sends out will not come into play here. And so next thing I'm going to do is send this time difference as a prop down to my two components right here. And in the useEffect, I'll take this, and somewhere I believe, excuse me, down here, I'm going to say if time difference is greater than or equal to 0, I want you to render null. Otherwise, I want you to render some text here. So sent, right, perfect. Time difference earlier. So I'm going to do the same thing here for SWR. But SWR in this case, I want the comparison to be less than or equal to 0. So what you're going to see here now is, let me do a refresh, is that SWR will always go out earlier. So actually it's in milliseconds, not in seconds, sorry. SWR will always go out earlier. And so let's do some refreshing again and see this. Again, goes out 16 milliseconds earlier, goes out 0.7 milliseconds earlier. Again, some of these time differences are not very evident to the average user. Average user probably doesn't care. But again, it's nice to know that as a developer, I can make things work a bit faster just by using SWR. So now let's go back into, let me show you some of the revalidating features that SWR has. And the first one is simply when I go back to the home page and I come back to the demo page, you will notice that SWR has preserved a cache of the previous response that you received, and it's going to render that at first, while useEffect is still trying to load something. And so with SWR, you get some data to show on the page immediately just out of the cache while a revalidation is going on in the background. So when I go back to the demo page, watch how SWR already has something here while useEffect is still loading. I'm going to do this one more time just so you see. Already has data. useEffect is still loading. Just one more time so you see. SWR already has some data while useEffect is still loading. Another thing you realize is while SWR already displays something here, as soon as it gets fresh and up-to-date data, the value here changes. So it's currently 5737 here. When you come back, you will see 5737, but in a matter of seconds, it updates itself to a higher number. So let's check this out again. 5737, and then goes to 5740. One more time. 5740, and then goes to 5742, while the request still goes out about 66, 80 milliseconds earlier. So that's another cool feature that SWR has. Now think about this on a large scale. You have a website of multiple pages the user is navigating around. Just by using SWR, every time there's something in the cache and your user comes back to a page or something, they already have something to see while a revalidation is happening in the background. Another thing SWR does well is something that they call focus recovery, which means that if I leave my browser, just by leaving my browser and coming back to the browser, SWR is able to bind into that focus event. And with that, it's able to quickly trigger a revalidation in the background and then give you an updated and very recent data. So when I go back to the browser, you will see 5742, but that changes to 5743 immediately. While the useEffect data stays the same. This value here is already stale at this point. This is old data. This is old news right here. But this is the authentic stuff. This is the real deal. Let me do it one more time so you see it. When I go back to the browser, 5743 updates to 5744. just by refocusing. So it doesn't matter how long your user has the tab open for. Anytime they come back to it and just refocus on it, they get a fresh, more recent and real data that they can trust. So that's a good thing. Finally, before I wrap this up, probably running out of time at about now. I want to show you the documentation and just see how you can configure some of the things that are available to you for configuration in SWR. So I have the API documentation open here. You can see there's a long list of options. Some of this stuff you might not need, but some are very important. Some are very, there are going to be situations where you might need to use some of these options to configure SWR. And I'm going to talk about that in a bit, probably when we get back to the slides. But one of the first things, actually, probably the only one I'm going to show you here is revalidate on focus. This is the option that controls what I just showed you about focus recovery. If you want to turn that off, and so you don't want SWR to operate such that every time the user refocuses, it gets 5746 now, you can just create, I'm just going to create options here. I'm going to call this revalidate on focus. By default, it's always true. I'll set it to false now, and then I will pass options down into SWR here. And when I go back, 5747 now, that's fine. But when I refocus again, the value stays 5747. It never changes because I've turned off revalidate. Another one, turned off revalidate. If I change this to true and come back here, now it gets updated 5748. So that's another cool thing that SWR does. It's very configurable. You can control how you want it to do to do caching, revalidating. Some other things that it does, I'm just going to run through them real quick. It does revalidate on reconnect, which means if you for some reason lose internet connection and you regain it, SWR is able to bind into that event again, realize that you've just regained internet connection. Your data might be stale, so it does trigger a revalidation in the background. The purpose and the big deal about SWR again is this. I think this is a summary of it all. It always tries to ensure that what you're seeing at a particular time is up to date and not stale data. Some other things that it does is refresh interval. This means that whether or not you focus or refocus, you can configure SWR to always make requests at a particular interval, which means that think of it as some kind of polling such that every 5 seconds or 10 seconds is making a request to get a fresh and up-to-date data. By default, this is turned off, of course, but if it's something you're interested in, feel free to look through the documentation and turn it on. One last thing you might not have noticed in the code is compare all of these lines of code to just this single line of code. If you remember, I said earlier that SWR operates faster, shorter lines of code, easier to understand, pretty straightforward. Just this one line does all of these things for us. So I hope you find this cool. There are some things you need to look out for when using SWR. So I'm going to talk about those just briefly in a bit. So as with any good thing, there are always stuff to watch out for, caveats. And with SWR also, there are some instances where you want to be careful in how you use it. An example, like I listed here, is loss of user input. So think about an instance where you have a form that is managed by state, and you use some data that you've loaded from an endpoint to initialize that form. And so when you use SWR to fetch some data, and you use that data to build an initial state for your form, and the user starts to interact with that form, it is possible that somewhere down the line, something causes SWR to trigger a revalidation, get a more recent version of the data, and that might also cause the form to get reinitialized with new initial state. And if that happens, then the user loses all the progress that they've made so far with the form fields. Now that's bad user experience. And so to prevent that from happening, I generally advise that when you're loading data that you want to put into a form state, try not to use SWR. You are very fine just sticking with use effects and the conventional method. I learned this the hard way, so please don't fall into that pit. Don't fall into that pit. The next one is infinite re-renders. This is also something that is very straightforward, but can very easily happen. So think about a scenario where you You load some data with SWR, and then you set that data into state. And because you set it into state, that causes the components to re-render, and then that causes SWR to fire another request and then set into state and then re-render. And next thing you know, you're stuck in a cycle of rendering and re-rendering an infinite loop, and then you're stuck. So that's a very common thing that can easily happen. Generally, you should not set any data you get from SWR into state. Frankly speaking, there is no need for it. Just use the data as it is received. There is no need to put it in a state variable or whatever. And the last thing here is server overload. This is very important because if you are using SWR to fetch data from endpoints that are very server intensive. So for instance, you're on a reports page, you're trying to load so many data points that you want to use to power your graph and your charts and whatnot. Sometimes these endpoints also carry out very heavy database queries. You want to reduce the amount of times you need to send requests to those endpoints. In such cases, you probably need very less of SWR's revalidation. Because if you revalidate all the time, that's just too many requests that might lead to too much computation on your server that could cause problems, or might also lead to too much queries, heavy queries on your database that could also cause problems. So for those specific kind of endpoints, it's important to, I would advise still use SWR because you get the advantage of caching and of, quicker requests, but you might configure it such that all revalidations are turned off for these use cases so that you don't do any revalidation, but you still get the advantage or some of the advantages of SWR. So these are some of the things to look out for. Once again, my name is Faith. If you have any questions, please shoot them at me. Feel free. My email address is right here. You can also look me up on LinkedIn. And I hope this was worth your time. And thank you again for listening.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was. It was worthy, and I see nice conversations in comments. So we are gonna have some cool Q&A session after two speakers. We'll have, as always, panel Q&A session where speakers come together online live, and we shoot those questions from chat from previously kind of filled out forms, and yeah, we'll discuss innovations. And yeah, so the next speaker is Alexandru Tapirdea. Speeding up React, a performance comparison between React 17 and React 19. I'm very curious to hear what he has for us. Let's do it.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Alex, and today we are gonna talk about performance, and we are gonna talk about React 19. We have a lot of things to cover, so I'm gonna jump right in. As an overview, we are gonna start with React compiler. Then we will talk about React 19 and some very cool features. For example, the improvement over suspense from React 18, and about some interesting hooks, such as use optimistic, for example, or the use function. We will see everything in action because I built the same app twice. First with React 17 and the same app with React 19, and all the optimizations from React compiler and the new hooks, and I hope you will enjoy this. Just to introduce the apps very shortly, we have something like a social media feed page. We have different posts, and the user can, for example, like a post or write a comment. And when we scroll, we get more posts, and we display a loading spinner during the process. And we also have the ability to sort the posts by the number of likes or by the number of comments. I'm also gonna show you the code for everything. Basically, we have three folders. The backend one is the REST API that we call from our frontend. I'm not gonna talk a lot about it, but you should know I implemented some delays. So, for example, when we load the application, the API will respond after 2 seconds of waiting. And this is to be able to see the loading spinners and to simulate a real app where there is a lot of data, and the response time from the API might be longer. Now, let's start with React Compiler. Maybe you heard about it, maybe you didn't. If you didn't, React Compiler is amazing. React Compiler is designed to increase the performance of our apps and to make the development experience better, because it removes the need of manually using use memo or use callback when we want to optimize expensive actions. For example, in our app, we do all the sorting by the number of likes or by the number of comments on client side. And normally, considering, I don't know, there might be 1,000 posts or 2,000 posts or whatever. This operation might be expensive, and we don't really want to run the function again and to wait for the result if we have the same posts, nothing was deleted, nothing was added, we haven't modified the number of likes, or there is no new comment. Well, in this case, there is no need to run the function again. And to do this, in our code, I'm going to the React 17 app first. We would do something like this. We would have a sort function, the function to sort the posts, and we would import use memo from React. If you don't know use memo, there are two parameters: the function, in our case the expensive function, and the post. The second parameter is the array of dependencies, which basically says use this function unless the post array has changed or the sort by is different. For example, the user moved from likes to comments, and in this case we would use memo to remember the result of this function, and to avoid sorting again the whole array of elements. Well, in React 19, we don't have to do this anymore. I'm gonna go to the same code, and here, if we go, for example, to sort posts, you will see we don't need to wrap it in use callback or use memo, and the compiler will do this for us. Well, okay, but what do I need to do in order to use the compiler? If we look at the documentation for the compiler, first of all, you will see the documentation is still under construction. And it's important to remember that React compiler is still in beta. So it's not really ready to be used in production applications, even though, for example, Meta is already using this in production. But there are more steps to go before a stable release. We will still first have a release candidate, and when most of the problems are fixed, we will also have a stable version. So in order to use it, we need to install Babel plugin, React compiler. And they also recommend to install the set of rules from ESLint to show us where our code is not optimal. Because if we don't respect, for example, the rules of React, the compiler will skip the component and will not optimize it. Looking at our code, I'm in the React 19 project and I go to my vite-config file. You will see that we configure Vite to run using the plugin. And of course, we need to install the two plugins, the ESLint and the Babel one. And you can see they are still in beta. And now, in order to know that you configured everything good, you can go to your application, and if you go to React DevTools, to the components tab, it will show that this component is already being handled by React compiler. Which means that during the compilation phase, when our React code is transformed to plain JavaScript, the compiler will add all the memorization for us. So basically in the future, we won't have to write use memo or use callback manually. If I go to the same component but in React 17, where I don't have the React compiler, and I go to the components tab, you will see that here we don't have the same message because we don't use React compiler here, so we have to manually do all the use memo, use callback process. Where you can find more about React compiler, on GitHub there is the working group for React compiler. You can find here more info and more support. And there is also a very cool tool, the React Compiler Playground, where you can see what happens with the code. For example, here, this is the function that we would normally write in React, and this is the output of the code after the compiler has run. And you will see things like React memo cache, and basically everywhere where you see the dollar and array element, you will know that this is something that that the compiler memorized for us. And you should also be able to see the source map. So now, for example, you can see which part of the original code correspond with the compile code to have an idea. And there are a lot of very cool things that React compiler does for us. For example, you will see, because I don't use lucky number anywhere, is not part of the output. So the compiler removed the unused variable for me. And if, for example, I would use it, the React compiler would do also something interesting, which would be replacing the value with basically replacing this constant with the actual value, in this case being 0 or whatever number I write here. I can show you by opening this. And you will see that we actually add 25. We don't add the variable name. So no variable ends up in the final code, just the value. There are a lot of other things to say about compiler, but I want to cover some React 19 cool features next. So if you want to find more about the compiler, you can go to GitHub and you can actually read the code because it's open source. And you can see, for example, how React does dead code elimination, or how are how is the React memo cache working to replace use memo and use callback for us. The last thing I want to say here is that you can install an extension for VS Code, which will show you for every component if it has been or if it can be optimized by the React compiler. And for example, in my case, I have a hook that can't be optimized by the React compiler because of something I do in the code. Basically, I have try catch with finally, and this for the moment the React compiler has a problem with this. It also has a problem if I have a try catch without a catch, or if we do some conditions inside the try. Moving on to new functionalities from React. The first thing I want to show you is something called use optimistic. And I'm gonna open the network tab. And if, for example, I want to like a comment and I'm in the React 17 app, I click on the heart button. Nothing happens until we receive the response from the API. So in my case, for about 3 seconds and a half, the user has to wait with no feedback. But now in React 19, we can give instant feedback. So for example, here, I click on the like, I see the heart, but as you can see, the promise is still pending. So the API request is not done yet, but we get instant feedback. It's still pending. And how it works I'm gonna show you the code now. If I go to the like button, for example, we import use optimistic and use transition from React. And what we do in use optimistic is that we have a value and we have a function that updates the value, pretty similar to how the state works. But in this case, the update is something more temporary. The React knows to treat it temporary. And what we do is that we update, we have the handle like button. And this is the function that runs when the button is pressed. And we use the add optimistic function to increase the number of likes and to set its likes true, which will make the heart red. And after that, after updating the UI, we call the API. If everything worked good, we can update the state, or we could actually trigger a data refresh. And if the call failed, we just revert the UI back to the normal version because we were optimistic, our call failed, so we need to go back. And I can also simulate this. I will make this API call, but now I'm gonna force a failure. And if I run now the app and I click the button, you can see that when the call fails, so what's happening right now is that I'm running the app in production mode. So nothing was actually updated. I can also run it in dev mode, just to show you this very quickly. Okay, so now the app is running in dev mode, and I'm gonna do it again. Now we click the like button, and because the API call failed, the UI is reverted back to the original value. So this is how use optimistic works, and I find it very cool. And the same thing applies for comments. For example, I see the comment instantly, and if it was successful, the comment stays here. If it's not successful, we remove the comment. And now I want to move to the use function and suspense, which I think they are pretty amazing too. If we go to React, the React 17 app, pretty fast, and we go to the image feed. For example, for the initial loading of the data, we do something that you are all familiar with. We import use effect, we have a state for loading, and we have the state for post, and maybe another state for errors if we want. And in use effect, we call the function to fetch the post. Here we set is loading to true. We wait for the API response. We update the data variable. And based on is loading, we display the loading spinner. Which is a lot of code and a lot of state to manage. And it's just long. look at this function, look at all the state. Well, in React 19, we can combine suspense with use to get a better development experience. So we have the post client. This is the component where we fetch the list of posts, and we use a suspense. Maybe you know suspense from React 18. We have a fallback where we display the loading spinner, and we wrap it around our component. Well, in our component, we are gonna import from React the use function, which can basically receive a promise, and the promise in our case would be the one to fetch the data from the API, similar to what we've done with fetch posts. And React will know to display the fallback when the component is loading. Now you probably saw at the beginning that suspense is not a new functionality, but now we have an improved suspense. So if earlier suspense would check every single component inside the suspense to see if there is a need for data fetching, and only after that displaying the loading spinner. Now in React 19, if only one child component needs to reload to get data from an API, for example, we display the spinner, and after that we check the rest of the child components, and we start the fetching in parallel. So for example, now we have a single child, but let's say there was also component 2 and component 3. In React 18, what would happen is that React would check every single component, their render method, to see if the component is using any data that comes from an async source, and only after that display the fallback, which was slow. After that, in React 19, the first release candidate, it was modified, and it was something like we see a component needs an update, we display the fallback, but even though we displayed the fallback, we wait for the first fetch to finish, then we start the second fetch, then we start the third fetch, and only at the end we remove the loading spinner with the actual component, which meant that we had to wait for some kind of waterfall promises. So we waited for the first promise to finish, then for the second one, then for the third one. But now in the stable version of React 19, it works in parallel, which is maybe the best of the both worlds. The last thing I want to say here about use is that use is not really working with normal promises. So we need to cast the promise and use a cast promise. We don't really have time to talk about this very much, but yeah, this is the function. Basically, every time when we want to make a call, we check the case and use the case promise if we have it. So this is what I wanted to talk about today. I hope you enjoy it. There are still a lot of things to talk about in React 19, like server components and client components, and maybe to compare the performance of the apps using Lighthouse or a similar tool. But we don't really have a lot of time for this. So I hope you enjoyed it, and good luck with the rest of the day.
Hello, hello, hello. Yes, I'm here. And yes, thank you very much, Alex, for your talk. And I see you guys on my backstage. Just a second. Yeah, I see Bogdan. Bogdan, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, all right, all right. And I also see you, Alex, here on the backstage, but I'm just pulling you up here to tell you that our Q&A session will be in kind of 30 minutes later after Bogdan is finished. Okay, can you wait
Okay.
for that?
Yes, no problem.
All right. So I I will not kind of take too much time before you talk. We all really love to hear about AI tools, and I know you had some cool research on the AI tools and especially value. So just know you, Bogdan, the stage is yours. Hello.
Yeah. So hi everybody, and let me present the screen actually. I guess like this. Yeah. Cool. So we want to talk today about because for React, for every programming language, it's matter to understand what's going on with Gen AI in development because it's applicable to any language, especially to React or web engineering, whatever. It's just a matter of understand what's going on because it's affect all engineering practices, and I want to be keen on practical things, not to use any buzzwords, but to like deliver what actually works from the ground and what actually another people who knows could deliver to. Working 14 years, just a couple of words about me. 14 years in engineering, worked in a couple of big tech companies like Revolut. It's not a big tech, but it's pretty big. Or for example, Wix.com and other big things. So can have some humble opinion on things and know a lot of people from different areas who also had humble opinion. Plus doing some startup things already 2 years. So let's my LinkedIn and X. If someone interested, please subscribe. So when we are talking about AI tools and Gen AI in software engineering, there is a lot of noise, a lot of buzzwords. Moreover, all things happening a lot of things happening because now 2025, and for example, this is a taxonomy of applicability of AI things. It's from 2023, and at that period of time there was some skepticism, and people just consider that there is just some number of useful things in SDLC, software development lifecycle, and it's applicable to some area. They even divided to things that, more AI augmented techniques or classical techniques. It was point of view from past. However, there is a noticeable acceleration. Even I, as a skeptical person, could consider this as a acceleration of things. So let's just dive into some things. One agenda, it's actually this field pretty actively developed. This is a statistic gathered by all white papers in all research fields about what's actually people researching for software engineering. And that's noticeable that a lot of efforts concentrate of generation of code and particularly software development. Moreover, it's a point of view of 2023, so it's a bit, I guess right now it's even more. What we need to think about LLMs right now? Well, it's already paradigm shift I could consider. And when we are talking about LLMs right now, we need to think in some meta points, because currently LLMs can write unit tests for the code they generate. Yeah, because they can generate some things, sometimes it works, sometimes no, and they can generate quickly tests that actually cover what they generate. And well, in separate, both things could be crappy. However, in combination, it can give important feedback loop. And well, yeah, you generate some crappy code, you generate some crappy tests, run tests, see the feedback, and repeat. In this way, that's actually how autonomous agents work for code generation. Moreover, LLM can score and rank solutions. Yeah, well, that's already noticeable. Then they can plan, actually, it's another point of view, how LLMs can execute steps. They can plan and then execute it and even decide what to do, actually. This is just things that already noticeable that LLMs can do, and that's already fact. Just example below, it's a diagram how modern query could work. Simple example, it's for example translating text to some search of information. We are querying something, we just typing in our chat. Under the hood, there is LLM that can translate it to SQL, web search, semantic search, even write some Python script, execute it, and deliver to the person real value. This is not just ephemeral example, it's just example from a couple of startups who under the hood doing exactly these things. Moreover, for industries not like let's say for real industries like finance, just this thing already works. However, when we are talking about software engineering, we can observe these dreams that come to some minds. Some minds dreams about developer agents that replace the whole software engineering life cycle. Something like this. We have software assistant, and later in future we will have autonomous renewal of legacy code, so things that can work with legacy, some autonomous software engineer with business requirements, and at the end some fully autonomous thing. That's a bit strange that people dreaming about this. However, maybe they are not developers. Right now, it's not so in practical thing that picture looks, let's say, cool for someone, or maybe for engineering purpose of, just for research. However, it's practically not works exactly how it's planned. However, we just in 2025, who knows what happens in 2030. It's hard to predict, but things moving in this direction, at least for some pieces of this SDLC, there is already proven solutions or values, because it happens in 2023, 2024, and well, just people will concentrate of expanding to another use cases, and maybe definitely in some future there will be something that can do end-to-end with a, let's say, normal reliability. Just because the only one thing that make it not works, it's reliability. How LLM agents reliable or not. What's actually happening right now in this direction? We can see some autonomous agents that can do some things. It's really questionable about practical usage of them because it's synthetic benchmarks that represent some synthetic tasks. So these tasks are designed for either for competitive programming or for some specific things. There is a open source, not open sourced. For example, SVE agent open sourced, Divine, VS Code, etc., things that continuously improve. Moreover, this is a pretty old statistic. Let's see on something more fresh. That's coding benchmark. Also a lot of buzzwords, but it's already measured some number of things. By numbers, it looks pretty scary because, well, it looks like cursor can deliver real value. They measured by compliance, code quality, code amount, performance, security. All the things are used to understand how a particular piece of code works or not. However, even all three, the recent research of OpenAI delivered even more scary things like software engineering benchmark or competitive code force benchmark that shows really good numbers because according to this code force it's a competitive benchmark. Unfortunately, I didn't come with a couple of examples, but it's competitive programming. Just very rare programmer can beat this better for particular competitive code force. But this is a competitive programming. It's not a real application. And for real application, it's pretty challenging still to make something that works normally. However, for really narrowed niche, all three looks really good right now. And I guess we can just project that in future, maybe some another agents or another models can expand it to another areas or make it more generic. That's unfortunately what's happening. But we have conclusion at the end that makes it not so scary right now. This is a current number of benchmarks. A lot of them also exist. It's hard to compare what to pick, but in reality, as a developer, I just want to write code. I don't want machine to take this part for me. I just want this machine to make something that I really dislike. For example, laundry and dishes, like this nice tweet. So in reality, I just don't want to automate this part. I just want to automate something that I dislike. What could be? People have a lot of point of views, and some of them already, well, proved or not proved. First thing that people thought about requirements. If the job of coding solution to problems with, well, requirements, we will be like safe, someone said. However, in reality, it's not true because requirements is just some unstructured text. And LLMs pretty well working with unstructured text and make it, well, actually not so ambiguity or highlight uncertainty or find out some gaps in the requirements. It can help to suggest alternative ideas or brainstorm this or rewrite requirements to functional or non-functional requirements. That's actually where LLMs really simplifies my life in reality, because usually on some level there is a lot of communication, especially for solution architects or CTOs. You need to communicate. You need to translate some ideas into requirements or some requirements into architecture decision records, functional or non-functional requirements. And there is a really nice thing where LLMs simplifies life, moreover, make it easier and reduce risk. For me, it's nice thing that actually helps. For software development, as we saw, these benchmarks, they are nice, but let's see from practice what works. It works code completion. If we picked all tools, I'll list several of them, The thing that really works well, it's code completion. Another good indicator, it's actually what tools like Copilot or VS Code really charge money. That's actually what really works. And they charge money for code completion. Unfortunately, I don't have a couple of videos, but code completion really works. If you worked with Cursor or VS Code plugin, you, I guess, notice that it's really complete, pretty interesting pieces of information that really makes sense. Code summarization, code search, understanding, not so big deal. Program synthesis, sometimes it helps, especially for some things that you really don't want to write. Method generation, never had a problem with this, but well, I'm doing this 14 years. However, some nice guys say that actually this is one of the big things in software engineering. It's caching validation and naming things. So maybe that's already one problem, caching validation. Naming things could be solved by LLMs, or we can have several suggestions for naming things. Code recommendations, well, it's the same like code completion, but in reality, completion and synthesis is mainly two things that I really use daily. What we can have in this field? We have Cursor and GitHub Copilot. Both things actually have a really competitive war between each other. GitHub Copilot was first. Initially, was pretty crappy. It's not so helpful at all. However, for my humble opinion, however, right now they competing, and my humble opinion, they just making really good work. There is a nice article for comparison of them, but there is a lot of features already implemented right now, like chat. There is a support for terminal. It's a really nice thing. People who always forget terminal or shell commands can ask something to LLM and have it right now in the terminal. Multi-file support, code review. However, it's not a good tool for code review. I will mention it later. Code generation, tab completion. That's actually nice. In reality, I'm using currently VS Code paid version. In general, I am satisfied with the quality of things. As I mentioned, code completion is the mainly thing that really works for me, and program generation and test generation, it's just second thing, but not so rare. Cursor for my, however, for overall set of features and humble opinion, Cursor in this current stage of battle wins. Why? More accurate, more context relevant, auto-generated commit message, let's say more features in humble opinion. What another thing we have for software engineering? We have Replit. I guess everybody, most of you heard about Replit. Maybe some of you heard about Bolt New or another similar things. It just generates the whole application from scratch. Nice for standard use cases. Just make it easily, really nice. Time saving, it really works well for people who can't code. For example, solo entrepreneurs had a lot of feedbacks from people who actually did, like product managers who can make some validation of the use case without customer development interviews. You just generate application and show it to person. For developers, value of it's questionable, just because it's just for some standalone application from zero to some small thing. Mostly work with Python JS, so it's not for developers in industry, I guess. For specific cases, pretty crappy. However, they deliver in quality, but main audience who are paying them, it's solo entrepreneurs, freelancers, etc. In overall, in software maintenance, there is not so many solutions. However, we cover a couple of them. A lot of topics exist for overall maintenance. It's reproduction, move bugs, logging, bug detection, duplication, code clone detection, etc. things. Let's think actually what in maintenance really makes sense. It's information silos breakdown. How actually to search across the whole knowledge space of the application, or across the whole knowledge space of the whole organization. Jira, code, test cases, bug reports, documentation, test specs, especially when documentation exists in different places like Notion, Google Doc, Confluence, etc. It's really nice when you have this capability because, for example, in some big companies, there is a had-written solutions for this. Especially, for example, in Wix, there were had-written solutions just to do exactly this thing. Currently, there is already a number of solutions. I listed just 3 of them, but more of them exist. I even know some big companies who are using not GitHub workspaces, not Atlassian, but in other things. And it really works well for breaking the silos and join different sources of information. For maintenance, what another things it really works well? Pull requests. Some AI agent, CodeRabbit, it's a really proven tool that can give you code review suggestions. Analyze codes, it sometimes finds what I missed, sometimes it misses some important things. In combination, it's a good combo, but you need to prepare it properly because at the beginning it works not well. It just don't deliver real quality. I know several examples for different companies for, let's say, incorporating CodeRabbit, and I have 2 different feedbacks. First feedback was they just turn off it after 3 months of usage. Overall workforce about 100 developers. They turn off because in reality, no, not so big value. However, I know another example when they spend some time on making some instructions. There is an ability to add extractions, and after making it, well, after adoption of this thing, it really works nice. It can find out, it can follow structure, and can follow code review practices, etc., etc. So, for and it's also pretty not small company, it's medium size, about 100 developers, about a couple of hundred microservices. They actually using it up to their limits currently. What else? Issue detection. There is a different GitHub applications. For example, DocuBot can answer issues from code space or from documentation. Actually, sometimes works well. In major of cases, not, but well, works well. Documentation. That's a good screenshot. I don't know any good tool that can make it reliable or that can make it automatic. However, well, you can ask yourself how many times we wrote documentation and why. I guess there is a space where documentation actually could be automated. Method names, well, a lot of things actually. So for quality of software, we know about vulnerability detection, test, bug localization, verification. I see really good value and it's already proved for test cases and test generation because it can easily be written for LLM. It can be proven. LLM can run tests, see the feedback, repeat. Moreover, it can sync for more edge cases than a developer. Proven clear value. A lot of companies concentrate on these things, and I guess this already a number of good tools that can be worked. Even GitHub Copilot or Cursor can generate pretty nice tests, actually. Pretty enjoying. The summary. What we can see that's really nice. Test data, etc. Everything about tests really nice. Assistance with FM and familiar tasks really nice. For example, if you're a backend developer need to work with CSS, that's where LLMs really works. Integrated search over data lake, really nice. I see the big value for big companies. Writing boilerplate codes, also good. Changing to the end user code, well, it's lack of context right now. Changing complex code, refactoring, generating complex code. Actually, everything complex not work. My humble opinion at the end of this talk, because we have just 25 minutes, what we can see over this landscape. There is a couple of proven values where it works for things not fully concentrated of replacing developer, but making some things easier. That's right now. In future, we cannot say for sure, but we can say that LLMs won't replace engineers. They can write and debug code, but expert engineers still essential because it generates more code just to even maintain it or understand why it works or not, how to solve edge cases, because the main issue, and the issue will be, it's actually, I don't believe it's fully solvable. It's a reliability. There is always will be the edge cases about things. Complex failures will require strong engineers to handle it, as I mentioned about edge cases. The setback of here, it's while it will be hard to be the junior engineer without knowledge of AI, and even with this, it will be more tough market. For big tech, it's well, generally okay. They usually spend a lot of time on hiring really smart people. Small firms, well, they either will adopt LLMs, and during the time will understand that it's becomes harder to maintain this code, or they will struggle in hiring, and that's actually interesting place where how it will evolve, because more code generated, more things to maintain you have. And the conclusion, talent and experience remain irreplaceable, so spending some time on education is still valuable, and actually trying to understand how things evolve and what currently on trend still important. Interesting statistic, it's actually just clarification of the previous thesis about tech debt. Many developers, well, people trying to create autonomous developer, but there is a statistic. It's a bit outdated because it's 2023. It was done but by Geekle community about churn rate of code. And there is a, let's say, acceleration of this thing. Just in a nutshell, it means code becomes legacy quicker. And this is a drawback that while you have more legacy code, you need to maintain legacy code. More code you have, more maintenance efforts you need. And this is a kind of interesting direction that's not clear, for me how it will be solved in future, because I don't think LLMs will have will stop. So I don't think that this is the end of trend. I think we somewhere at the first part of trend, especially for early adopters. Me working with LLMs already 2 years, actually at the beginning of ChatGPT, and I guess just I am in the bubble of early adopters. Majority of companies not implement a lot of things, even for pull requests, reviews for CodeRabbit. Examples that some companies say there is no value. Another company, just as the same size of company, said we see a lot of value. It spend a lot. It's like save us a lot of time and risks in our SDLC practices. That's actually the whole topic for today. Just 26 minutes.
Great.
I guess we can jump to Q&A.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Bogdan. And LLMs are actually moving on and coming to our reality. And Alex is here, and I believe Faith is also here, but we cannot see you, Faith, right now. And yeah, I see you. Hello, guys, again.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, now I can hear everyone. So today we had two talks, like strictly about React as a framework with some new cool features. and one talk about AI and overview of what's going on in the landscape by Bogdan. Thank you very much for presenting. We have some questions here. I will structure this Q&A session this way. We'll start from React questions, from questions related to new features or whatever, mostly to you, Faith and Alex, and then we'll move to AI, future, and all that madness. All right. So let's go to the very first one. It was in chat, and it goes to you, Faith. How is SWR different from React Query?
Good question. I actually expected that question as well. First of all, Bodan, I want to say that was a great talk. I enjoyed your session. And then, so comparing SWR to React Query, I'll start by saying I have used more SWR than React Query, but I do know React Query, heard of it, read about it. And in reality, I don't think there is that much difference. Some people like to say that React Query is more suitable for larger projects. I don't think that's entirely true. Where I work at DistroBird, we were building a pretty large project software, and we use SWR all the way. And it supports everything that we're trying to do. Most, if not all, of the things that React Query can do, SWR can also do. So there were some things that maybe because of time I couldn't get into during my presentation. But there is an extensive use of these libraries. So when you're comparing them in terms of things like cache control, how to manipulate the data that's in the cache. React Query allows for that. SWR also has tooling for that. You're also comparing them in terms of things like mutation. React Query allows for that. SWR likewise allows for that to a great extent. And so at the end of the day, honestly, I would say go with whichever one you're more familiar with. But I cannot exactly rank one over the other. There are some advantages. For instance, if you are very concerned about the overall size of your application, SWR is a much smaller library, and so that might be an advantage there. But if you also are very concerned about things like pagination, I think that React Query might just have a bit better tooling for pagination than SWR. SWR can still do pagination to the extent you're trying to use it for, but you might find it easier using React Query for that purpose. But at the end of the day, it just really comes down to which one you find more interesting and which one you're more familiar with. I think that will be my answer.
All right, cool. Thank you very much. And we go to next question. It's gonna be for Alex. And does React compiler handle memorization differently compared to manual using use memo and use callback?
This is actually a very good question. And the answer will be it depends. Because when you do it manually, sometimes you do it in a good way, sometimes you do it in a bad way. And the compiler will find maybe a different way to do it than you used to do it manually. So I would say even when React compiler finds a manual usage of use memo or use callback, the compiler will try to improve it, to write it in a different way that is a little bit more efficient or better. So yeah, I guess that would be my answer.
All right, thank you very much. And the next one goes to Faith. And this one, how do you prevent SWR background revalidation from overriding user modified data, like in forms?
Yeah, brilliant question. I actually touched on that, I think, in the second to the last slide. So if you listen at that part, I actually said I learned this the hard way. When I started playing with SWR, I wasn't aware of this pitfall. So I actually used it in a form, and that caused me some problems. What I do generally is I avoid it. Honestly, when I'm trying to load data that I'm putting into a form state, I avoid using SWR generally, and it's for two reasons. For whoever asked this question, you're probably aware that if you put data you get from SWR into a form, chances are the user is going to lose their progress with the form, because if SWR revalidates at any point, um, then the form sort of resets into a new fresh initial state, and that's not good. And that's the first caveat. And the second problem with that is because SWR keeps data again in cache. By the time you load the form, chances are that the form is being initialized with cached data and not necessarily very recent data. And when you're dealing with forms, you want to make sure that whatever data you're initializing your form with is the most recent and up-to-date data. So with that said, I just advise, like I said in the slide, when you're working with forms, try not to. I don't use SWR. I would imagine the same is the case with React Query, but just avoid it. You're very fine using use effects to load your data, initialize your form with that, and that should work all right.
Great, thank you very much. And we're moving to our next question to Alex. How do you handle potential API failures while of using use optimistic or for instant UI feedback?
Yeah, so maybe if you go back and rewatch the video, you will see that we actually handled this example. So what happens is that we first of all we assume everything worked well, and we update the UI in an optimistic way. And if anything failed, the API call was unsuccessful, we simply roll back the UI. So this is the way we handle it.
Yeah, so it's worth to rewatch probably, guys. And yeah, let's go to next one to Faith. Just a second. Yes, probably this one. What are the trade-offs of using SWR for pagination heavy applications?
The biggest trade-off I can think of is just that the cache can get very full very fast. And so there might be memory trade-off there. Again, bear in mind that what SWR does is caches the data that you fetched so that you can reuse later. Now, if you're loading a pagination heavy for a pagination heavy page, chances are, for instance, maybe an index page that and you're loading thousands and thousands of rows of data, and all that is going into the cache. Chances are, if you're not careful in using that, you might run out of memory on your machine or your server or whatever pretty quick, or quicker than usual. So that's the biggest trade-off in my opinion. That's usually not the case. In reality, again, most applications, you don't get to load that much data into memory anyway. And so for the most part, I think you are fine. But it's a good question, and it's definitely something to have in mind, just in case you run into that scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Speaking of edge cases, Alex, this question goes to you. Any potential edge cases where React compiler might not optimize components effectively?
Yeah, of course, and this happens a lot actually because React compiler is still in beta, so there are a lot of cases to cover. I think they also have some statistics on that. We are not yet close to a very high number, so there is still work to do until React compiler will be able to handle most of the cases. One example would be the dependency array that we have to provide for hooks like use effect. In the future, React compiler will be able to do this and to realize when the effect needs to be retriggered. But we are not there yet in all of the cases.
Right, right. Thank you very much. And one question just came up, Alex. Any suggestion on React web app updating? Advisable schedule as a rule of thumbs, especially for some legacy site that is under support. Are some version numbers okay to skip and wait for the next?
Um, I'm not really sure I understand the question.
That's unfortunately all we have from our chat. So, what's your best guess? Let's go there. Sergey, maybe you could clarify a bit for our speakers while we're moving to questions to Bogdan about AI. And yeah, I'm happy to have Bogdan here today, as well as Faith and Alex. But we're with Bogdan are um, partners now at Geekle AI Labs, and we're working a lot on exploring AI tools, exploring value for developers, trying to actually fulfill the mission to automate non-coding tasks. So we're not going to take the part everyone loves, the coding part. We want to actually delegate the other part. Let's say the one needs to be delegated to AI. So yeah, thank you very much, Bogdan, again for this talk, and of course uh, tomorrow we'll have like all day about AI. And first question to you, Bogdan, is quite simple and same time not obvious. VS Code with Copilot in terms of value for devs. I don't know how to compare it, but probably you could.
Well, actually, partly I answered it in the talk. Let's say currently they're competing. I tried both, however, not for a long of time for Copilot. Interesting that there is more cases for Copilot, especially for some things that actually matters, because most of them trying to solve for you, like generate an application. Let's say type something in chat and it generates something. For me, it's right now not right direction. I just think because they trying to solve it automatically. However, it's really nice when it helps in several things that really you will do the same repeatable process, but for example in Google. Just example, execute some shell command. Just find some files, delete them, and rename them. Okay, this I can remember, but some more tricky things will require for me just to Google, just to go read manual for some shell command. If I just ask this for ChatGPT, I will do actually. I'm doing the same because it's just summarization by shell commands manual. However, if I can have it integrated into the IDE, it's better. And Copilot actually, or not Copilot, Cursor actually has this. For me, it's things that really matters. It helps me to reduce my time and makes it all seamless integrated. Another thing, it's actually generating more context aware, in humble opinion. So in general, Cursor looks better because they really concentrated on the delivering value and they have a lot of these specific nice features. However, they tried also to make everything automatic, like write some number of questions or some requirements, I will generate you everything. It works, in my humble opinion, still not perfect. Let's say in this
Right.
word, not perfect. So
Right.
Cursor, nice in overall.
Yeah, they don't pay us, guys. It's just somebody's opinion.
Yeah,
Just
opinion.
just to make it clear. Yeah, we're not pushing Cursor over
Exactly.
Copilot. We're just
However,
asking people.
one additional thing, I'm using just VS Code.
You're using just VS Code. All right. So, yeah, thank you very much. And uh, let me ask you. Yeah, by the way, Alex, here's a clarification to the previous question from the chat. Do you update every version, for example, just the even like 16th or 18th?
No, so I would say for React, it doesn't really matter if the version is even or not. Like for Node, for example, where the even version have longer term support, and the other ones have only 1 year. In React, I would say you should update when you are confident that you can update your entire project to the new version, because sometimes there will be differences in the way React works. And maybe if you have a big app, you are not ready to move to every single new version every time there is one.
Right, right, right. And question to you, Alex, and you, Faith. Do you use any AI assistants? Some, I don't know, completers, whatever.
Yes. So I use currently I use GitHub Copilot. Um,
All right,
I I have used um, Cursor before.
right.
I have my ideas, but like we said, we're not pushing anything here, so
Yep, absolutely.
maybe I shouldn't speak on that. But yeah, currently I use Copilot and I'm enjoying it.
Probably it's a right place to say it because we have like heavy angle to cursor in this session. So maybe you have some nice benefits you found from Copilot. It's okay to compare. It's okay. We don't sell anything.
Honestly,
Uh,
no. Sorry,
Okay.
Alex. I
yeah,
think
I just wanted to add that I use them both
All
for quite
right.
a while actually. And I would say both of them are really cool.
Well.
But what I think is the most important part is the model that you are using,
Mhm.
because if you use a different AI model, you are gonna get a different result. And for writing code, I think this makes the biggest difference. So if you are not getting good results with either one of them, maybe you can try a different model and see if the code
Mhm.
generated is better.
Okay, okay, okay. Yes. Let me share now. What to expect from tomorrow's day. We'll talk about React agentic workflows. We'll talk about the future of built-in AI browsers. We'll hear from Microsoft about privacy first in browser generative AI web apps, or web apps, offline ready, future proof, standards based, and creating animated SVG icons with ChatGPT and Animate Transform. Beyond chatbots, 10 ways to enhance developer workflows with AI from Adobe. Again, agentic RAG for text to SQL application. Use case UI, accessible UI using GitHub Copilot, and few more nice things. Architecture, autonomous intelligence, agentic AI, and high concurrency OLAP. So we have a bunch of stuff for tomorrow, and just probably to wrap up this Q&A, um, I want to tell you, as you probably all know, we are working on some solution at Geekle AI Labs. It's about documentation, and Bogdan humbly mentioned in his talk, we're not disclosing yet. But yesterday we gone live, and well, it works. It works pretty fine, and we're going to start closed alpha testing, let's say this way. I hope the end of this week or maybe next week, and we will need some help from especially React users. Maybe you, Bogdan, could explain what exactly we need to help. We need the community's help with, because it works, but we still need to understand some stuff. Just a few minutes about that, and we will move to a 5 minute break, and we'll move to our next speaker.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes. We just want to cover more cases because we want to automate documentation, the things that everybody hate. Why? Because and everybody put it as a technical debt. So why put it as a technical debt if you can automate it and make people happy? So it's matter to cover more cases, especially for Node.js. Actually, everything for TypeScript, Node.js applications, to see how people grokking their repositories, how people writing documentation. Just explain me as a 5-year-old kid how you will explain a repository to your grandma. Kind of this explorations that we want to check, and to see feedback what's missing or what our documentation lacks, even for their niched number of cases that we covering right now, but we want to expand. That's just
Right.
two.
Yeah, well, it's of course GitHub Copilot or Cursor can generate comments for your code, but we are not going there. We are mostly focused on features, like to explain, especially for non-coding part of the team, how the feature built, how it works, so what imports, what third party is, and stuff like that, so everyone could read it. So we need to. And I will send the emails maybe later this week, asking for your help to test it and um, give your input for some perks for sure. Thank you very much, Faith. Thank you very much, Alex, for your deep React talks today about innovations, and I really appreciated that. Thank you, Bogdan, for this overview, for teasing us about tomorrow and about our solution. So, guys, we're moving to the end of this Q&A session. Say your goodbyes, and let's move to the break.
Goodbye.
Yep.
Goodbye. Thanks for having me.
Right. Thank you very much. Lovely, lovely, lovely. How my British friends say. Let's go further. Let's move on to our next speaker, Ashkat Paul. He is one of our friends, innovative guy, really straightforwarding expert, and I love his approach, and I love his talks and sessions at Geekle, making mobile animations effortless with Sika and React Native. Let's go there.
Hey everyone. So the topic for this presentation is making mobile animation effortless with Skia and React Native. Now, if you are a developer working with React Native, you've probably faced challenges when it comes to creating smooth animations and high performance graphics. That's exactly where Skia comes in. And today we'll explore how Skia can supercharge your React Native applications. So let's dive in. But before we go any further, a quick introduction about myself. I'm Akshat Paul. I'm founder and CTO of Company 360. And at Company 360, we are transforming the way legal works in India and beyond, focusing on intellectual property, all intellectual property instruments and their registration across multiple geographies at one place. Before a Company 360, I spent nearly a decade at McKinsey & Company as a consultant, and I continue to advise clients even today from developing their technical teams, building leadership, and nurturing existing clients. I've also authored few technical books on the topics of React Native, Ruby, and more. You can learn more about me and connect with me on Twitter, X. My handle is Paul Akshat, or you can have a look at my website www.akshatapal.com. That is where you'll find all my recent experiments, my blogs, and what new I'm doing. Feel free to reach out to me in case you are stuck in some technical problem. I'm happy to have a quick chat and help you brainstorm solutions. So let's get started. But before we get into actual meat of this presentation, a quick go through of our agenda. Firstly, I'll start with a brief introduction of Skia, what it is and why it matters. Then we'll dive into Skia integration with React Native and why it's such a game changer. We'll also have two live demos to understand how we can integrate Skia with React Native and how we can start from a simple animation to a more complex, advanced demo. Finally, what else you can learn after this talk in order to make you more confident and in integrating Skia into your own projects. I hope this agenda sounds good. So let's get started. What is Skia? Skia is an open source 2D graphic library. It's what powers Google, Android, Flutter, and now React Native. Essentially, it gives developers a powerful hardware accelerated way to render graphics. What makes Skia unique, unlike React Native default rendering, is which relies heavily on native views, Skia let us draw directly on the GPU, meaning smoother animations, richer graphics, and improved performance. Now let's have a quick look how Skia has evolved over the years. Skia is not some yet another library. It started its development way back in 2004 when it was founded under Skia Inc. with a vision to build high-performance, cross-platform 2D graphic library. In 2005, Google acquired Skia and started integrating it into key projects like Google Chrome and Android. By 2008, Skia became open source, which accelerated its growth and adoption in community. And around the same time, it officially powered Android's graphics and Chrome rendering, helping both platforms earn the reputation of speed and reliability which it is associated with even today. Fast forward to 2010, we see hardware acceleration making its way into Skia, tapping into GPU to boost performance even more. 2015 brought Skia into Flutter world, ensuring smooth, high-performance UI there as well. By 2018, Skia added a support for Apple's Metal API, making it more efficient on iOS devices. And by 2021, a pivotal moment when React Native Skia was launched, thanks to Shopify bringing Skia's powerful rendering to React Native applications. And this does not stop here. Skia continues to evolve through contributions from Google, Shopify, and open source community. So as you can see, this is not just another experimental library. Skia has a long pedigree. You might wonder, what about other graphic engines? There are plenty of options that do exist, and they all have their pros and cons. However, Skia balances performance, cross-platform support, and vibrant community, which sets it apart. In the next slide, we'll understand how to explore and how Skia in this wide variety of options stands out, and why you might want to consider it for your next React Native project. So Skia versus the rest. So there are a lot of options beyond Skia, which we have been using for ages. If you want to put some image, why not we just simply use PNG, JPEG, or GIF formats, or maybe SVG if we want a resolution independence. After all, these platforms are common, they are also cross-platform, and they are very easy to implement. So, but here is the catch. When it comes to JPEG and PNG, they are static. They can't dynamically adapt or respond to user interaction. SVGs do scale nicely, but they don't inherently can handle complex animations and interaction without additional libraries. There are performance concerns. Large PNGs and JPEG hog memory like anything. Even lightweighted SVGs can cause performance hiccups if you try to animate them in intricate way. Scalability and interaction also has problems. And then the other options are like Lottie library. It's great if you have an After Effect animation available, which you can then embed. But once you are in the app, there is not much you can do to modify or interact with it in real time. So once the animation is set in After Effect and we embed it in our application, that's it. It's done. No more changes. Then we have options like Reanimated and Gesture Handler, and they are fantastic at handling gestures and simple animation, but they are not built for advanced 2D rendering or complex visual effects. Then we have 3JS, which is a powerhouse for 3D graphics, especially on the web, but it's not optimized for 2D mobile graphics, and can be overkill if you don't actually need 3D all the time. So although there are options, but they are highly fragmented. So we can use image somewhere, we can use Lottie library somewhere, we can use Reanimated somewhere, we can use 3GS somewhere, and it's all scattered. That's where Skia really shines, combining the ease of using it with React Native with high performance, flexible to 2D rendering engine. Its purpose is built for rich, interactive, and performant graphics on mobile. And that's exactly what we'll explore in the next part of our talk, why we really need animations in mobile applications in first place. The importance of UI and animations in any mobile application, as you can see the graphic on the left hand side. Animations are more than just eye candy. They play a crucial role in user experience. Smooth transition, micro interaction makes the UI feel intuitive, reducing perceived load time to keep users engaged. Consistent visual style enhances the brand identity. Interactive elements creates a memorable experience and improve customer retention. They further enhance user experience with all these small interactions here and there. They also provide continuous feedback and user retention through the interactive design. And with Skia, all these things we can achieve very easily. Firstly, it serves as a graphic engine for a number of significant platforms. If you have used Chrome, Android, Flutter, you have already interacted with Skia, even if you haven't realized it yet. On Android, Skia is the backbone of the entire GUI. It's the engine that draws everything you see on your screen, from app icon to UI component. The performance and smoothness of Android graphical experience owe a lot to Skia's efficiency and capability. Flutter too heavily relies on Skia. Flutter uses Skia to draw its widgets its UI elements, which allows developers to create highly customized and visually appealing interfaces that are consistent across platforms. Same goes for Google Chrome. Skia is designed to run on a wide variety of hardware and software platforms. Whether you are developing a desktop or mobile application or any other form factor, Skia provides consistent API that abstracts away the complexities of the underlying platform it's on. This means you can write your graphic code once and run it anywhere, which it is incredible value in today's multi-platform development environment, whether it is mobile, tablet, smart TV, etc. Skia's efficiency come from its ability to leverage GPU for hardware acceleration, which significantly boosts performance, especially when dealing with complex graphics and animations. Moreover, its open source advantage benefits benefits its overall development, as there are contributors across the globe from various developers and even corporations. This not only ensures that Skia stays up to date with the latest advancement in graphic technology, but it also makes it reliable and trusted library which you can count upon. Let's now understand how we can use Skia with React Native. It's pretty simple to set up. You just need to install Skia, React Native Skia with npm install React Native Skia. That's it. And it's integrated in your application. Now let's start with our first demo. In our first demo, we will first draw a 2D object, then we'll add some effect in it, and then we'll animate it. Let me explain you. We'll first draw a simple circle. We will then convert it into a sphere or a ball, and then we'll animate it by making it hop on the screen. So let's get started understanding our code first. Here I have created a very simple component, basic Skia circle. I've first imported React along with Vue from React Native plus canvas, circle, and paint from React Native Skia. Inside the component, there is a view set to fill the screen with flex 1. Next, I've placed canvas also with flex 1 so that it covers the entire area of the view. The main event here is the circle element, which is positioned at coordinates 150, 150 with the radius of 50. And its color is set to blue. And once we will run this code, it will be rendered on the screen. Next, let's look at the main entry point of our application, which loads all the Skia components that we have been working with. Of course, I'll comment the components, the transform, circle, ball, and animation for now, so that we can first understand how we are making a circle appear on the screen. Here the main thing is that we are using safe area view to ensure our app layout fits well across all devices by avoiding screen notches in rounded corners. When we run this code, we'll be able to see a basic circle, this blue circle appear on our screen. Okay. Next, we'll now convert a simple circle into a sphere. How we can do it is we'll wrap everything in the canvas and draw the circle at coordinates 150, 150. And now we'll wrap the circle component in a radial gradient. We set its center at the coordinate of 150, 150 to match our circle position and give it a radius of 50. The gradient transitions to two colors of shades of blue, giving it a subtle shading effect that suggests depth. This is a small change, but it makes a huge difference in how this circle, 2D circle, appears. Suddenly, it feels more like a ball rather than just a flat blue shape. When we will execute this code, we will see a second blue sphere appear on our simulator screen. Now let's try to animate this ball, which we have created from circle to a sphere, and now we'll bounce it by adding motion using React state and a bit of timing logic. Here we have two pieces of state, y position and scale y. The y position sets the ball's vertical position, and scale y controls its vertical scale to give a squash and a stretch effect. In this, we are also using a use effect hook, where we will define two functions: bounce animation that moves the ball from y position of 150 down to 400 and then back to 150, and scale animation squashes the ball by setting the scale y at zero point 0.8 and then reset it back to 1 in a very short delay. Every 2 seconds, we will call both animations in a sequence using set interval. We will also clear the interval when the component unmounts to avoid memory leak as a best practice. The end result is simple but fun, a bouncing animation. In the next part of the code, we'll see how we will actually apply these values to the circle so that it moves and does the squashing effect on the screen. In the final snippet, we actually apply animation to our circle. Notice how we have moved the circle coordinates to 0, 0, but we wrap it in a group with a transform array. We translate the group by 150 in x direction and its y position in y direction. This let us move the circle around without manually recalculating its coordinates every time. We also apply scale y to achieve the squash and stretch effect. Inside that group, the circle itself still has a radius of 50 and uses radial gradient for the rounded 3D look. Now, thanks to React State, all these transformation properties, our ball smoothly bounces between y and between y axis of 150 to 400. While all this is done with the help with a squashing and stretching in real time. Now let's see how this demo actually appears. As you can see on your screen, we can see this animation of our sphere, of our ball, bouncing up and down in a squash and stretch effect, and it continues in a loop. Now let's move to a more advanced animation and our advanced demo, which is a second demo, in which we will create a sprinkling effect. As you can see, some graffiti type sprinkles appear on the screen as we click on a button. So let's see how we can create this animation effect. So here we are kicking off our demo, which involves transformation in 3 dimension. Few key imports here. React Native Skia gives us the drawing primitives like canvas, rounded rect, and functions like run timing. We are also using React Native Redash, which brings us helpers like process, transform 3D, 2 metrics, which helps us smoothly handle 3D transformations on the Skia side. We also see use value and use computed value, which are part of Skia animated like approach, letting us dynamically update and compute values for our animation. Let's see how all these pieces come together in the next part of the code. Now here, let's see how we are setting up the foundation of our sprinkle animation. We have 2 shades of colors here, a dark yellow, a dark blue, that our sprinkles will cycle through. We have something called sprinkle count, where we have right now put it as 70 sprinkles so that we can get it live and a lively animation. We can of course increase it and decrease it. Then we have screen dimensions. We use dimensions.get window to grab the height and the width of the screen, making sure everything displays correctly on different devices. Next, we have calculate sign. This function determines each sprinkle moment by calculating the sine value and the cosine value based on the sprinkle's vertical position. If the sprinkle's ID is even, we use sine value, and if it is odd, we use cos value. This subtle variation creates a more dynamic and a wave-like animation for each of the individual sprinkles. Next, we get into the heart of the animation with our sprinkle element component. The sprinkle element component is where each sprinkle is defined and animated. We are using props of initial Y, ID, color index, and set the sprinkle starting position with unique ID and color. We then have element width and element height, which defines how big each sprinkle will be. We also have a random factor to keep each one feeling unique. We are using here use value hooks. We track the Y position to animate the sprinkle vertical movement, and center value helps us position the center of the sprinkle correctly. Use computed value calculates the sprinkle's origin, which is key for the transformation like rotation. Run timing is where all the magic happens. We animate the Y position from its initial spot all the way down to the screen height over 3.5 seconds, creating a smooth falling motion. Within the involved animation is basically some kind of a calculation, if you see. With these elements in place, each sprinkle will come to life, move independently for a lively and a dynamic on-screen effect. Now let's see how these sprinkles get their 3D-like motion. This is done by calculating the transform. We use computed value to generate transform metrics. Inside, we figure out rotation value around x, y, and z axis using the calculate sign function and that little random factor which I had mentioned earlier to vary the motion of each sprinkle, so that when it falls, it feels like all of them are falling, very randomly and very naturally. Then we turn these rotations into 3D matrix with process transform 3D and 2 metrics, which Kia can understand. Now rendering the sprinkle. We wrap our round rack in a group so that we can apply the matrix and set the origin. The round rack itself is what you actually see on screen. It's shaped like a small rectangle with rounded corners. We place it at x-axis and at a y position and color it with our respective colors, odd and even. Because each sprinkle has its own dynamic rotation and falling animation, the entire screen ends up filled with these swirling and dancing shapes. It really makes the animation feel rich, varied, and alive. Now let's bring everything together with the sprinkle component. This is where we will manage the state, interaction, and actual sprinkle animation. Sprinkle elements holds an array of all the sprinkle object we'll animate in a state management. Initially, it's empty. We populate it when the animation start. And we also have placed a title here, as you can see. It's a React Global Summit 2025. Now we start the animation. The function generates a sprinkle count with a random X position on the screen and a random Y position starting above the visible screen. So they fall naturally. Once generated, we store these in state using set sprinkle element, kinging of the animation. Now let's understand handle title press function. It's a simple interaction. When the title is tabbed, it changes to that's a wrap from the original message, adding a little fun touch to the animation. With this in place, we are now able to dynamically generate and animate our sprinkles on the screen. Now let's put everything together in the render method. This is where the sprinkle gets drawn and the UI becomes interactive. We have a view, we have a canvas, we have a pressable title, and we have a pressable start button. With this setup, we have created a very clean and interactive UI where user can start an animation and trigger small interaction, making the experience engaging. Lastly, a little bit about styling, which you can see on the screen for various objects which appear on our screen. Now let's run this demo and see how our application actually works. So let me go to my terminal and run this code. And as we can see, our application is loaded. And if we click on a button, we can see the beautiful sprinkles keep falling. Every time they are dynamic, every time they are random, and their shape is what we expected. And if we click on the message React Global Summit 2025, it just changes to that's a wrap. So that's a wrap for our demo, and let us move back to our presentation for next set of slides. Great. Now you can find the code for both the demos on my GitHub. You can download the same, you can clone it and play along and learn how to implement it. Next part of our talk is about the further exploration. What else you can do in order to enhance your knowledge and use Skia for your next application. Another very interesting thing is shaders in Skia, which is a very powerful tool that allows developers to create complex visual effects, as you can see on your screen, by manipulating pixels of the screen. They operate at a very low level, giving you a fine-grained control over how graphics are rendered. Use them for image effects like blur, distortion, realistic lighting, shadows, dynamic animations, all in real time. They run on the GPU, allowing you to manipulate pixels directly for smooth, high performance effects. Ideal for custom visuals beyond just basic shapes and for performance heavy applications. If you want some stunning high performance graphics, shaders is a way to go. You can try, on the shaders.skia.org. It's a playground where you can try shaders. The on the previous slide, the video which you saw was me playing around with shaders on shaders.skia.org. Great place to get started with shaders. Next, you can integrate Skia with some other libraries in order to make your application in order to build your application faster. Skia with React Native Reanimated works beautifully together. Reanimated handles gesture-based and physics-driven animations like dragging, swiping, spring effect. Together, they allow a real-time fluid animations. Think of bouncing the ball, which we had created, something like that, or an interactive chart, which you can instantly implement something like that. And then the installation is very easy. Simply npm install React Native Animated, and that's about it. You can also use React Native Gesture Handler. Gesture Handler is for handling complex gesture in a performant way. It allows you to create interactive effects in conjunction with Skia, such as drawing apps or responsive UI element with very precise touch interaction. Once again, installation is very straightforward. Just npm install React Native Gesture Handler. That's about it. Few other references you can check out, which I commonly go to as my good resources, and it'll also be a great place for you to get started. First is the documentation URL of React Native Skia, which is the Shopify GitHub, and that's the first link. Essentially, you can check it up. You can also check Shopify blogs as they put a lot of contributions and content on Skia. You can also refer the GitHub link of Daniel, which is the fourth link, as you can see on the screen. It has a lot of cool examples in this GitHub repo, which you can try. The sprinkles one, which I shared, I also learned it using this repo of Daniel. You can also check out William, whose YouTube channel, who runs the React, Can This Be Done in React Native channel. Basically, it has a lot of awesome short and long form tutorials using Skia, using animations with Skia. So that's a wrap. That's all about it. I hope this talk has really enhanced your knowledge in how to use animations with React Native using Skia. And hopefully there's a lot of things you can take away from this presentation. A huge thanks to everyone for tuning in, and special shout out to the conference organizer at Geekle for putting this amazing event together. And best of luck to all the other speakers for today and tomorrow. I'm looking forward to hearing your insights and learning from you all. If you have any questions related to React Native Ski or in general programming or as such, you can always feel free to contact me. My social handles are there on the screen. And thanks again and happy coding. Thank you.
Yeah, looks like I messed up when I announced the speaker saying Sika instead of the right pronunciation, Skia. Sorry about that. So we're now moving to our next speaker, Georgi Peripechkov, building custom code generators, flexibility, reliability, and the X. Let's go.
And I want to talk to you today about building custom code generators and making them flexible, reliable, and pleasant to use for other people. So I have all in all about 8 years of experience across all the stack, working with a bunch of cool companies. Currently I'm at SignalOcean. We turn complex maritime data into clear, actionable insights, so check us out. I also did a bunch of interesting client-facing projects over time, as well as building SDKs and internal tools to boost productivity of dev teams, for which CodeGen has often shown itself to be a great fit. But the main reason I'm giving this talk today is I kind of didn't get code generation fully for a long time, and made a bunch of very avoidable and stupid mistakes that I now desperately want to salvage as knowledge sharing opportunities. So this talk is basically my redemption arc, trying to demonstrate what code generators are and how they can be great for you if you use them in a smart way. Code gens are pretty self-explanatory. They're all about adding code without your devs actually having to write it. Most often it means that other devs have to write it, but ideally it all balances out because you use it so much that it saves you time. I have this list of code generator types, which is probably incomplete and inconsistent, but that's how I try to think about them. I also go through it just to give you a brief tour and share general understanding of what forms CodeGen takes and have a common vocabulary. So first we have autocompletes, which generate a tiny bit of code in a single file, usually at your cursor. One of the most basic examples of those are snippets, pieces of pre-written code with placeholders for user input, if you're lucky. They know very little about specific context they're using, well, maybe file name and its extension, but are still super helpful when you want to cut back on boilerplate. Interesting snippet-like tool is Emmet. It is basically a more concise syntax for HTML that turns back into everyone's favorite bloated mess of a language on tap press. If you like writing a lot of markup in a single file, HTML or JSX, I believe VS Code supports it out of the box. It might also be worth looking into splitting your components into smaller chunks, which is probably better, but who am I to say? That's snippets. Basic IntelliSense, and I know we'll touch more on static types, which are also part of IntelliSense in a moment. So basic IntelliSense is context-aware suggestions for functions, variable, keywords, based on syntax and scope. So even in untyped JS code, you would be able to get some variable names you've used. You'll be able to figure out how XML HTTP request is spelled correctly because no one knows what letters are capitalized there. To be fair, no sane person is probably using XML HTTP request for the last 10 years. So next one is static types autocomplete, and I'm pretty sure the reason most devs are actually using TypeScript because you get suggestions based on TS types that you wrote or which are indefinitely typed or in some packages you installed. Yeah, and of course JS doc comments can be used for this if you're a hardcore TypeScript hater. Don't yell at me, please. Basically, this enables a very accurate code completion. If your app is type safe, you can know exactly what properties are available on an object, what methods are available on those properties, and all this depends on whether you're working with strings or arrays or numbers or whatever. This makes autocomplete reliable, and in majority of cases, it makes life infinitely easier. Next one is kind of a niche one, but I just see people not using it enough. Auto imports, that's such a tiny feature. It basically allows you to type a name of something exported elsewhere, and an import for it will automatically appear at the top of the file. You would also get like preview in ID if it's ambiguous what exactly you want to import. In my experience, it works slightly better with named exports, but most things do. You probably don't want to use export default unless you're like forced to do this by a framework, but who am I to say? Well, finally, I know a lot of people would mention AI suggestions here, but I won't. We'll talk about those later at a separate slide. Now, boilerplate generators. Those are actually what many people think about when they hear code generators. They create files and folders from scratch, and not the difference that autocompletes actually do add code to your existing files. And populate those files with sensible defaults that user can overwrite and change. In my experience, 9 times out of 10, if you're working on a custom SDK, that's the tool you reach for. Notable example would be Create React App, but it's just been deprecated in favor of frameworks. So you would use something more creatively named as Create Next App. That would optune into Next.js. There's also Vite, which is nice, lightweight, flexible, supports a bunch of different libraries. And also, on the other hand, has a 4-letter name and a section on the website on how to pronounce it correctly with audio prompt. This is why we can't have nice things in a front-end development world. Another slightly different example would be generating folders in an already existing project. For example, with Nest.js, you would use nest generate resource command that basically spits out model, service controller, and other backend goodness. By the way, that's Nest with S, not Nest next with X. Yeah, we guys really have a naming problem in the front end. Please don't choose cute, smart names for your libraries. Use something distinguishable. Anyhow, transpilers. Those are the code generators that take a bunch of code you wrote and turn it into a code that does the same thing, but in a different language. Like TypeScript or Rescript or CoffeeScript or whatever script you use. Is converted to JavaScript so it can run in a browser, or whatever language you like is compiled into WebAssembly so you can use it into the browser, and so on. An interesting type of kind of compiler transpiler thing is Svelte compiler, as it basically turns Svelte files into optimized plain JS files. A React compiler is kind of an interesting case because it just applies optimizations on top of already valid React code, without turning it into anything completely new. So can you actually transpile React to React? That's the question. You could argue that it's actually closer to minimizers and uglifiers, but I probably shouldn't do this in front of a room full of React devs. Similar thing is happening in the case of styles. Your beautiful for loops that you use in SCSS or less are converted into huge bloated CSS files that clients have to download. Or you use Tailwind and it just scans your templates, hoping to find strings there. And there might be a problem with this, so we'll talk about this in a bit. So all of these things I mentioned, they usually produce new files that clients need, that browsers understand basically. But devs usually don't care too much about it. One exception would be API contract generators. So those basically are transpile types for interactions between different parts of system. It might be TypeScript code generated based on your Prisma schema, describing your database, or it might be your backend code that informs GraphQL schema that in an order informs front-end types. Basically, we developers care a lot about those files because they are usually source of truth for the whole application. Most of the transpilers run both in dev mode and when the app is built, or at least that's something that really should be the case. I think I mentioned that I had a terrible experience with code generation before, and that was a large part of why. You really don't want to rerun stuff manually every time you make a change or debug problems that are not there just because you didn't run something. So highly recommend that just make it a part of your dev tool. Dev script, sorry. Code modifiers. So those are kind of scary, but can be extremely helpful as well when used in moderation. This can generate new files or folders and don't add new code at your cursor like autocompletes do. They literally change written code by humans all over the file, or sometimes, or most often, over several files. Most devs, and all that at least this holds true for about 2 years ago, would never let just some random tool rewrite big chunks of their code. We're going to talk about LLMs in just a bit. But there are some tools that are clearly trusted in the community. So formatters like Prettier, they make code base look uniform, which is great. You don't have to have long debates about tabs versus spaces, which is extremely nice. They don't change the code you wrote, they just make it easy to read. Or difficult if you don't like the way they format, but it's definitely better to have a uniform solution than to try to cater to like 5 different tastes that 5 different developers have. Linters and their autofix features are slightly different beast. They are applying best practices, and applying best practices might actually break your code in some edge cases. For example, I constantly get this suggestion of replace or with knowledge coalescence 2 question marks operator, which changes the way code handles empty strings, zeros, and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the reason why most linters don't add autofixes a lot. It's usually a very conservative list of things that definitely won't break anything. And still, most devs don't trust everything to be auto-applied, which is a good policy in my view. Auto-migrators are another interesting category. They are intended to help you move between major versions of packages without needing to handle too much stuff manually. My latest experience was moving to the latest Tailwind version. Just spent then several hours of my time reverting a bunch of automatic changes to just human readable strings containing words like blur or rounded, because Tailwind just decided that, hey, maybe those are classes that we use, but what can you do? It's probably still a better way than just searching every single class name in your code on your own. So kudos to them, but please verify that all the modified code is what you expect it to be. Finally, there are runtime cogens, and those run in client's browser. Most times they probably shouldn't. For example, you almost never want to have a eval just handling some string, hoping that it would work, or set timeout that handles strings in exactly the same way eval does. If you pass them instead of functions. More controversial example would be CSS and JS libraries. Unlike Tailwind and Sass, where we pre-build CSS bundle, some libraries like TypeStyle or Style Components actually just generate CSS files on the go without which makes styles behavior more unpredictable, renders slower, and CSS bloatier in the end. But if we're thinking about generating CSS, it kind of seems fair to also consider generating HTML, not give that a pass, and then isn't React itself updating HTML on the fly, generating code basically? And even worse, from perspective of, say, V8 or SpiderMonkey or some other browser engine, isn't JavaScript basically describing what machine code should look like, and then the engine just optimizes it. So yeah, it's basically runtime generators all the way down if you really want to look under the hood. So maybe we should just give style components a pass after all. Oh well. Finally, I'd like to talk just a little bit about LLM stuff. The field is changing more or less every day now, so trust this part of classification even less than you do all the lists above. Broadly speaking, there are some AI code completion tools like Copilot, Cursor, or Continue, and some description or image to code generators like Vercel, V0, Lockify, and others. And almost all of the guys from the first category actually support like a bot conversation, which would put them in a second category. So it's very, basically everyone's trying to do everything at the same time. Slightly different are like test generators like QA Wolf that basically create tests for you, and the other different category would be code review tools that don't like CodeRabbit or SonarQube that review your code and give you suggestions, which they basically apply in your code base, not directly, but whenever someone clicks apply suggestion or just copies it blindly, that's basically as good as code generation. And yeah, you can obviously just ask Claude, ChatGPT, any other tool in a separate chat for some code, and it will spit out something decent. Main issue with those tools is that they are not deterministic, and so you don't have to, you can't be certain that they will generate the same code twice for the same request, and definitely not the same code twice for two different requests by two different users who formulated it slightly differently. And so we finally arrive at custom code generators at last, the ones we can write ourselves, relying on all the vast knowledge I imparted onto you over the last 15 minutes. So let's talk about when to use them, when not to use them, and how to write them. First of all, code generation is a powerful tool. It's not a silver bullet. Please don't use it for everything, everywhere. That's usually a bad idea. Some things should not be code generated. I would say that on project level, most helpful automations can be achieved with boilerplate generators code-based modifiers. If you're working on package or SDK, it might be slightly different, but I would still say those are the main tools in your tool set. You might want to write a node transpiler or autocomplete from time to time, but that means you're doing something extremely unique, and in 99% of the time, it's not the case. You just have to search for an established ready-made tool that probably does what you're doing better in a more tested, more maintained way. Yeah, my general advice is just use it if it is available. Reinventing the wheel is fun, but also it wastes a lot of time. So we talked about where existing code gen tools are most useful. And now let's touch on where custom code generators are helpful. I mean, for boilerplate generators, it's pretty clear. If you need to enforce consistent folder and file structure for new projects, features, or even monorepo packages, that's a great tool. You can have all your configs and constants set up correctly from the get-go. They're not copied around by hand, just from random places by some dev. If you leave some good comments, it also helps to cut down on learning about those amazing set it up once and forget tools that just take up the brain space of every dev. When we're talking about type stores or contexts, those are also just perfect use case. They often don't fully play well with simple abstractions. Some of those things cannot be generic, like context. And you end up with either very loose types or just God objects. Instead, code generation might be a good solution here. And obviously it doesn't mean that you don't have to extract whatever can be extracted away. Just know that those parts that can be, way nicer to have them created in a consistent way instead of like writing them every time manually. Same goes for basic storybook stories, tasks, docs. Those don't have to be great. They just need to show up in the pull request, so reviewers can ask for better ones if needed, or say like, hey, we actually don't need tests for this feature because I'm sure it will never break, and then regret this later. Components, that's actually most of the time a bad fit. If you're generating the same component repeatedly, maybe what you should do instead is just extract logic out of it and reuse it. That said, project-specific snippets for components are still super helpful if your project setup is unique enough for you to need it. Code generation can also prevent subtle bugs. If adding a new API route behind a feature flag requires updating 5 different files, you don't want to forget one of them. If you're working with a file system based framework like Next.js, those can basically you can generate the whole boilerplate for it. For example, you want a new route which would look very much like every other route. Create a code generator that would enable just doing it in a few keystrokes. So on this slide, I've listed a few tools that I've used or that come very much recommended by my colleagues. But those are just a few that I can remember easily. Basically, I don't want to go through them one by one individually. I'll just talk about like what your toolset should probably include. So boilerplate generator would be something like Plop or Hygen, and they usually do a double duty of being a simple code-based modifier where you can edit existing files just basically as text files. You'd need templating engine for those if you want to generate something in a more convenient way, which means that you would be able to have some reusable, customizable templates that your code is based on. If you're doing something more clever with the code base, you might need something that actually knows about AST of your code and can find stuff within it and replace it. So there are tools for that. But very often what you want is a simple abstraction on top of just some questions you ask user and manipulation of strings based on their answers. You just want it to be scalable and type safe. And for that, even like the first category is usually enough. So as always, best tools are often just the ones you're comfortable with, and don't reach for something more complex until you really need it. So let's say I've converted you and your use case fits and you decided to build a custom code generator. How do you make sure it actually brings more help than pain and confusion? Well, there are a few parts to it. First and foremost, you might need to tweak your mindset. We front-end devs often see our users as like clients that actually press the buttons in the UI. But when we're building code generators, our user is a fellow dev. So everything you do should make their life easier. And you should always keep in mind who you're developing stuff for. So the first thing is very obvious, but no tool is helpful if it's not findable. Make your code gen tools easy to find. Put them in package JSON scripts, use them as part of your existing CLIs, integrate them into IDEs, and if it makes sense, provide UI for them. I've seen some people who actually loved pressing buttons and typing in inputs to get some code. Second step is to make it easy to run. Nobody wants to go through a dozen prompts or like 20 different items on the list to just generate a simple resource. So use smart defaults, autocomplete wherever possible, and don't ask questions if there's really only one answer. Actually, sometimes best policy is not to ask questions at all. Just have a very specific code generators and rely on your devs to actually tweak stuff in code. Sometimes it's way easier for them than spending 10 minutes on a questionnaire where they have to figure out what exactly you meant and so on and so on. Next, make sure that output is actually usable and readable. If your code is not clear, structured, or easy to modify, no one's gonna generate it. Add useful comments, highlight places where you need like devs input, and obviously provide good documentation. That's really the key. Have useful information in comments, have it in JS docs when you're adding new types, provide JS docs for whatever fields seem tricky to understand. Devs would be extremely great when they just hover stuff and see suggestions. Show basic data in the UI if it's helpful. So if you're generating a new page, you might want to put some useful links on that page, because clients are not going to see it, obviously at this point, but devs will, and this would be extremely helpful for them. Obviously, have a README. Basically visibility helps a lot to sell the tool. So we also even had to add like a walkthrough videos for more complex features, and lots of devs actually found them extremely useful, although those are a pain to keep up to date. So keep that in mind. Basically, what you absolutely have to do is commit to keeping at least one complete and update source of truth, in addition to code comments, obviously, which always should be up to date, and just link to it from everywhere just so if any other material like videos are outdated, users can still reach it. Yeah, the less digging is involved on developers' part, the more chances tools are used and used correctly. Now let's talk about the structure of your generator itself. For code modifiers, well, first try to avoid using them whenever possible, and create standalone files that would be imported into code humans work on. If it's not an option, at least never assume a fixed code structure in a file that's modified by developers. Adding code at line 50 or after const foo equals something is just do it from the start. Those things will always break. Please use explicit markers like comments for adds and updates, so the generator doesn't accidentally break things around it. If you have a separate file that is only touched by a generator, mark it clearly like .gen.extension, and with comments like generate code, do not edit. People are usually paying attention to this stuff. If it's on top of the file, if it's in caps, that's helpful. Also, this allows to set up IDE, so those files are just completely ignored. On the same topic of clear separation, obviously never import co-generator code in production code. You don't want it to show up for your clients, just because it doesn't make sense to grow the bundle. Same way it doesn't make sense to import stories or tests this way. Next thing is, very standard advice, but please break out reusable parts. If you're repeating some prompts, templates, or logic, extract them into shared modules. Even if they seem simple, they tend to grow more and more difficult over time. And let other tools help you. Formatters, clean things up, linters, catch mistakes, transpilers, convert between different languages. Don't write all this stuff yourself, if you can just run someone else's script instead. Finally, a bit of like a kitchen sink best practices, more of a general advice based on my personal experience over the years. First one is biggie. Don't create generators for rare cases. If one developer needs something once a year, it's probably not worth it. If this also makes all the other users of your tool read even one extra line of text or spend a bit more time in CLI, then it's definitely not worth it. Not everything should be co-generated. Don't make mistakes that I did. Another, like the general don't write bad code kind of advice, is make sure your generator is maintainable, because other developers will need to understand and debug it. On that note, don't edit templates blindly. If you have templates that should create valid code, please use IDE to check the syntax and test before committing cool new bugs to your repository that would break experience for all the users. Finally, be cautious with AI-based generation. If you're using LLMs to generate code, do provide as much context as possible. Never assume you'll get the same output twice. Just learn the tool you're using and use it the way it's meant to be used. For example, Copilot has a huge chunk of very helpful documentation. I listed a few things you can do. So basically, why go through all this effort? What's the main perks of code generators that you create as custom code? Code generation can speed up your development and onboarding. New developers get a consistent project structure delivered automatically. Seasoned devs don't have to waste their time on boilerplate. Code generation enforces architecture and coding style. It removes unnecessary decisions and reduces errors, which is a huge plus in my book. Nice bonus is you don't have to care about backwards compatibility issues as compared to libraries, for example, because templates change, new projects start with fresh ones, old projects never break because that's not affecting them at all, ever. Nice. And yeah, obviously, best of all, code remains developer-owned. Unlike shared libraries, you can freely tweak every part of generated code for your specific needs. That's code generation. Hopefully, I've convinced you to try it out if you haven't, if your use case fits. Even better if I've convinced you to avoid it if it doesn't. Thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of the conference.
All right. Thank you very much for code generation and being unbiased, showing from the different angles this nice and really potential topic. We're moving on now, and the next speaker is Farhana Haq, cross-platform development challenges and opportunities with React Native. Let's go there. Whoops, looks like something wrong on our side. We have some kind of technical issues here. Whole day, I don't understand what's going on.
Hello,
But
everyone.
well,
Thank you. Thanks for joining with me. Today, I'd like to talk about cross-platform app development and its challenges and opportunities. I'll basically mainly focus on React Native. Okay. So before diving into the details, let me give a bit of introduction about myself. I am Farhana Haq. I have over 14 years of software development experience. My journey began in back in 2011 as an Android app developer, and since then I have the chance to explore diverse tech stacks, including backend development and cross-platform app development. So yeah, mainly I have for cross-platform app development, I mainly work on React Native. So, what do we understand by cross-platform app development? So, it is the process of creating a software applications that can run on multiple operating systems. For example, Android, iOS, and even Windows, using a single code base. So, unlike traditional native app development, where separate apps are built for each platform, cross-platform allows developers to write code once and deploy it everywhere. This approach not only saves times and resources, but also ensures consistency in user experience across devices. Cross-platform development has become a very crucial approach in modern app development due to the increasing demands for application that work seamlessly across multiple devices and operating systems. So let's see what are the key features why it's gained popularity. So one of the main reasons why it's gained popularity is the cost efficiency. Developing separate apps for different platforms, Android, iOS, Windows, can be expensive. Cross-platform development allows companies to save money by using a single code base, reducing development and maintenance cost. Another reason is faster time to market. So, in today's fast paced digital landscape, speed is very crucial. Cross platform development tools like Flutter, React Native, it enables developers to create app quickly, ensuring business can launch their product faster and stay ahead of the competition. and it has wider market raise. By supporting multiple platforms, business can tap into a larger audience. With whether someone is using an iOS device or an Android device or even a web browser, cross-platform apps ensures that no one's left out. And consistent user experience. User expects the same functionality and design whether they are on iPhone or an Android device or a desktop. So cross-platform development ensures that a uniform experience, which is a key to build trust and loyalty among the user. It's easier to maintain. So updating and maintaining a single code base is far simpler than managing multiple versions of an app. This means faster bug fixes, smoother updates, and happy users. So here are the few common development tools and framework used to develop the cross-platform application. We have React Native for mobile applications. Flutter is used for mobile, web, and desktops. We have Xamarin. It's a Microsoft framework for mobile and desktop apps. Electron for desktop applications. Unity for cross-platform development. Now let's talk a bit about React Native. So React Native is an open source framework. It's developed by Facebook. Formerly now it's known as Meta, for developing mobile application using JavaScript and React Native. Here are the few key features of React Native. One of the most important features is this is cross-platform development. So one of the, it has the ability to enable cross-platform development. Now with a single code base written in JavaScript, you can build application for both Android and iOS. This not only save times and resources but also ensure consistency across platforms. Reusable components. So React Native is built on the concept of reusable components. So these components are the building block for your applications, and they can be reused across different parts of your application, even in entirely different projects. This modular approach promotes code reusability, reduces redundancy, and makes maintenance much easier. One of the key features I really like about React Native is that the hot loading, a features that allow developers to see changes in real time without restarting the applications. This speed up the development process, enhance productivity, and also makes debugging much easier. It's like having a live preview of your work as a code. So unlike other hybrid framework, React Native doesn't rely on the web views. So instead, what it does is that it uses the native component, which are rendered directly by the platform. This ensures that your app delivers a native-like performance, providing a smooth and responsive user experience. It's the perfect balance between web development simplicity and native app performance. React Native uses a declarative UI approaches which make it easier to build and manage user interfaces. So instead of describing how the UI should change step by step, you simply declare what the UI should look like for a given state. This leads a cleaner and more predictable codes. And also another key features is that party plugin compatibility. So React Native offers excellent support for third-party plugins. These plugins allow you to integrate native modules such as maps, payments gateway, or push notification seamlessly into your app. This flexibility ensures that you can add advanced features without reinventing the wheel. React Native is a part of a larger React ecosystem, which includes tools like Redux for state management, React Notification for routing, Expo for rapid prototyping. So this ecosystem provide everything you need to build, test, and deploy high quality mobile app. Although it has we get lots of advantages using React Native, but it's also comes up with few of its challenges. So one of the key challenges is that native module integration. So React Native allows developer to write mobile apps in JavaScript, but sometimes native code is needed for advanced functionality or better performance. So React Native provides a way to integrate native modules for iOS and Android, but this integration can be tricky. Ensuring that the native module are compatible for both platforms requires additional effort, and it can create higher level of complexity, especially especially if you need to work with third-party native libraries that hasn't been optimized for React Native. And another key challenges is performance optimization. I would like to discuss about this in much more detail, so that's why I'll skip it here from this slide. So let's talk about that platform-specific UI and behavior. So React Native provide a unified API to manage UI components, but each platform, iOS and Android, has its own unique design principles and user expectation. iOS typically follow the human interface guidelines, while Android follows material design. Although React Native provides some abstractions, customization the user interface to match the specific platform design standards sometimes can be challenging. Developer often needs to write platform-specific code to handle different UI behavior, leading to additional complexity and maintenance overhead. And debugging in React Native is not as straightforward as debugging traditional applications. React Native includes both JavaScript code and native code running simultaneously, which can complicate the debugging process. Developer must often rely on the third-party tools such as Flipper or Xcode or Android Studio to troubleshoot. Furthermore, testing across different platforms can be cumbersome, as the behavior of an app may vary between iOS and Android, requiring separate testing and validation process. And library and dependency issue. So React Native relies on a large ecosystem of third-party libraries to speed up development. However, not all libraries are well maintained and work seamlessly across both iOS and Android. One of the major problem faces with React Native is with the libraries, that sometimes because it not well maintained, maybe just with a version upgrade, it just broken. So what happened is that these sometimes lead to unexpected crashes, bugs, and compatibility issues, and it forces developers to either fix this issue themselves or find alternate solutions. Maintenance and updates. So one of the key benefits of React Native is its ability to share code between iOS and Android, but keeping up with updates and new features in React Native can sometimes be challenging. As React Native evolves, new releases may introduce breaking challenges or require updates to dependencies, forcing developers to rewrite certain portion of their code. To be honest, I also had faced this issue often with updating the version that sometimes few of the portion of the code I had to rewrite. So additionally, ensuring that the app stays compatible with the latest version on iOS on and Android is a continuous ongoing maintenance requirement. Now, as I told you in the previous slide, that the performance optimization I would like to discuss in more detail. So, what performance optimization is about delivering a smooth, responsive, and enjoyable experience to the users. It's about ensuring that the app loads quickly, responds to user interaction instantly, and uses device resources efficiently. In React Native, it is especially important because the framework bridges the gap between JavaScript and native code, which can sometimes introduce performance bottlenecks if it's not handled properly. So before we dive into solution, let's understand the common challenges developer faces when optimizing React Native apps. So few of the common challenges is JavaScript thread bottlenecks. So React Native relies on a JavaScript thread to handle logics and a UI thread to render components. If the JavaScript thread is overloaded, it can cause delays in rendering and user interactions. And excessive re-renders. React Native uses a virtual DOM to update the UI, but unnecessary re-render can slow down the app, especially in complex components. And sometimes improper handling of states, subscription, or event listener can lead to memory leaks, causing the app to consume more resource over time. A bloated JavaScript bundle can increase load times, especially on slower network or older devices. While React Native allow you to use native modules, improper implementation can lead to performance issues. Now, let's see few of the best practices, what we can do for performance optimizations. So, one is to because one of the key performance issue is we faces for improper frequent rendering of the UI. So, how we can optimize the rendering? We can use React Memo to prevent unnecessary render of the functional components. We should implement shoot component. There is a method called shoot component update in class components to control whether a component should re-render. We should avoid inline functions and objects in JavaScript, as they might trigger the re-renders. And instead of using scroll view or list view, use flat list or section list for rendering large data set is more performance optimized, because these components render only the items visible to the screen, and which in terms improve the performance and the memory uses. Another thing we have to do is that to reduce the JavaScript thread load. So we should move heavy computation to a separate thread using libraries like React Native Workers. Yeah, we can use debouncer or throttling for events like scrolling or typing to reduce the load of the JavaScript thread. And we have to also should consider optimizing the images and assets. So compress image and use appropriate format to reduce the load times. We can implement lazy loading for images assets that are not immediately visible. There are a couple of tools like React Native Debugger, Flipper, or Com Dev tools to identify performance bottleneck. So we should use those tools to identify when you are developing some app in React Native. And also profile your app using a performance tab in React Native to track rendering time and JavaScript executions. Code splitting and lazy loading. So split your JavaScript bundle into smaller chunks and load them on demand using tools like Metro Dynamic Imports. Lazy load components and screens that are not needed immediately. Another thing we have to do is to optimize state management. Use state management libraries like Redux, Mapbox efficiently to avoid unnecessary state updates. Normalize data structure to reduce complexity and improve performance. And leveraging native modules for performance gains. So we should offload the intensive operation to native code using native modules. Use third-party performance enhancing libraries. For example, for smooth animation, use React Native Reanimated. Implement native drivers for animation to ensure UI updates happens on the native threads. So these are the few things we can follow to do the performance optimizations. Let's consider a real life example that let's consider a case study that we want to develop an app and what should be the criteria which will trigger what should be the things which will we use to define that whether we want to is go with a native solution or a React Native. So let's consider that there is a startup company called FitLife, which is aiming to develop a fitness app with a focus on tracking workout, sleep patterns, nutrition, and integration with the wearable device like the smartwatches. This app has the following features. It has a user profile management, real-time activity tracking, workout routine, and tracking progress notification. It integrates with the fitness wearables. Now, what's FitLife leadership team is explaining is that whether they want to go to a native development for iOS and Android, or they should go for React Native to build a cross-platform app. So when user leadership is exploring these two options, here are the few key factors they should consider, like that the team side budgets, performance requirements, access to the device specific APIs, these kind of things they have to keep in mind while deciding that what's to do. Now, let's say that the scenario one where they choose that React Native. So because of the team budget and constraints. So let's consider that FitLife is a small startup with a very limited development team and budgets. Now, so the company needs to deploy the app in both iOS and Android, but as I told you, that it has a very small, limited developers. So, in this case, React Native offered the promise of reducing development time and cost by allowing developers to write code once, deploy it in both platforms. Since the company is working with limited resources, React Native could be the right choice because of the following reasons. So here are the key advantages we'll get in case we use React Native. So one of the important advantages is single code base. So React Native will allows for the most of the business logic and the UI component to be written once and shared between Android and iOS. Faster time to market. So with one team working for both platforms, the app could be released quicker. Code reusability. So the shared code base means that easier maintenance and update across platforms. And community support. React Native has a large community and a wealth of libraries and tools which enable rapid development of common features like authentication, notification easier. Now, here are the few of the challenges we might face here, like for example, the performance issue. Here we do have few of the features like real-time activity tracking, like for example a heart rate monitoring, GPS tracking, and the integration with the wearables might suffer performance issues on React Native as these features are demands on real-time processing. And the bridge between the JavaScript and native code may introduce delays or reduce responsiveness. There can be some integration complexity as well, like wearable device integration requires access to native APIs and may involve complex native code to ensure synchronization and accuracy. And React Native could require additional work to wrap these native modules, potentially increase development time. And if the UI customization is if the requirement is that highly customizable UI, then is to provide a smoother native library, it can be challenge with this solution. Let's consider the scenario 2 where we are the team decided to go with the native solution. That means that they will develop both Android and iOS applications. So because they actually the team decides that they want to prioritize performance of the critical features like real-time activity tracking and deep integration with wearables, and native solution might be a better choice. So here are the key advantages they will get. One is performance optimization. Native development allows for fine-tuned performance. Since FitLife app will rely heavily on real-time data, native development access to device-specific APIs. Native development provides direct access to platform-specific APIs, make it easier to integrate. Advanced features like heart rate monitor, location tracking, and syncing with wearables easier. And consistency across platforms. Since native app development involves creating separate apps for iOS and Android, FitLife can tune the app for each platform, ensuring that the design, behavior, and performance are optimized. This could be especially important for FitLife if they want a premium, smooth experience for fitness enthusiasts. Now, what can be the challenges if we go with native solutions? High cost and development time. So native development requires building and maintaining two separate code base for Android and iOS. So FitLife would need two separate teams for iOS and Android development, which will increase the cost and time to market. And because the app need to build separately for both platform, it will take longer time to go to the production user. And maintenance, there is another challenge, might be maintenance overhead. So any future updates would need to be implemented separately for both Android and iOS, making ongoing maintenance more costly and complex. So as we discussed the advantages and challenges of each solution, so when to choose a native solution? FitLife choose a native solution over a React Native when performance is critical. It's real-time tracking, advanced animation, and device integration require optimal performance. Native solution provides the best tools for performance-intensive tasks. And if the app has a heavy customization of UI elements, in that case also we should for example it wants to follow the material design guideline for Android and human interface guideline for iOS. So in these kind of cases we should they will choose that the native solution. Now, when they will choose the React Native solution, for example, if FitLife is a startup with a very limited resource, I would say that they should, since they are working with a smaller team and a code base, reducing the number of since they have some limited resource, so it's wise to choose a React Native version of the app, because it will so they can go quicker to the market, or also they can build for both platform at the same time with the limited amount of resource. And also we have to consider that the complexity of the features, that if the app does not rely on highly specialized features, and if the feature it does not have easily handled by React Native, then it is an excellent choice. Features like basic fitness tracking, user profile notification, integration with the existing libraries can be handled efficiently in the React Native. And cross-platform consistency. So React Native helps maintain consistency across both platforms, so making it easier to update and share the features. So the decision between the choice between the React Native and native development ultimately depends on the project's specific requirement. For if a project has moderate complexity, require quick development, a unified code base, and a smaller team, React Native is an excellent choice compared to based on some other cross-platform framework we do have. However, if the primary focus is performance and advanced platform-specific features, a native approach may be more suitable. Yeah, that's all from my side for today. Thanks for everyone for listening.
Thank you very much for cross-platform development overview and nice use case, Farana. And I see on the backstage my friend from AWS, the speaker who is always presenting, never misses any Geekle summits. And I'm so happy to welcome you, Mohammed Nasruddin, for the React Global Summit AI edition. Welcome. How are you, brother?
Hi Ed, hi everyone. Thank you so much. For the opportunity. Of course. It's honestly, it's something. I'm humbled and honored to join, and I appreciate again the chance. And yeah, it's honestly, it's amazing. Let's just keep it going with those presentations. Hopefully, someone out there can benefit and take that knowledge and turn it into reality.
I'd say few hundred of people will benefit from it, like immediately, and up to 2,000 registered users later on with with recordings watching afterwards. All right. Thank you very much for joining. This stage is yours. You know the job. I'll just wait for your slides to be shared to make sure everything is in place, and we'll disappear, leaving the stage to you.
Sounds very good. Thank you so much, Ed. I'm going to be sharing my screen. One moment, please.
No worries. Take your time. It's alive.
Okay, it should be there. Let me know if you see my screen.
Okay. Yeah. Automated data analytics on AWS. Here we go.
Perfect, perfect. All right, so hi everybody, and thank you so much for joining on the React Summit for 2025. And I'm just gonna go over introduce myself. My name is Mohammed Nasruddin. I've been AWS Solutions Architect. I've been at around AWS for 8.5 years, and I'm based out of Montreal, Canada. My background is I hold all active AWS certifications and another couple on the industry standard level certifications from other vendors as well. Yeah, so probably just enough about me. And today, what we're gonna do is we're going to be covering the automated data analytics solution on AWS. Um, and that being said, yeah, let's just get started. For just to avoid the distraction, and I'm gonna just stop my camera. All right, so now we have the full screen. So again, we're going to explore this solution and see how AWS is kind of simplifying you the data analytics at scale. So first is first. In the agenda, we're gonna go over the customer challenges and then move through like a kind of a insights and as far as discuss the solution and from an overview perspective and it's the benefits that it provides and as well as the use cases that it's fit for. I'm going to be showing basically a small video on the solution itself and how would be most advantages for you to use it. Later, I'm going to discuss the solution architecture and what consists of that solution. We also, I'm just gonna share like a case study on a customer that named is Tax, who used that solution, and what difference did it make for them by using that. Last but not least, we're gonna discuss also, we have, an LWS, we have our partners who are also can here to support you, and in specific to that solution, we have a great range of partners. So we'll go over that a bit, and then after last thing would be is that we'll leave the ground for Q&A with the end of our presentation. All right, so like today's, the businesses they face, like there is complexity in the data landscape, and data is always like growing exponentially. It's coming from multiple sources, whether third-party APIs, IoT devices, and like you name it. So it's becoming increasingly uh, diverse, and it needs to be analyzed by many applications so that you can use that data and turn your business over by making faster decisions, and serving those stakeholders across organizations as well as your customers. So it's interesting to talk about this because we have like industry trends and that this solution can impact. According to Forbes, we 85% of the businesses they want to become data driven, but actually only 37% have been successful in doing so. So this has to do pretty much to the growing volume and the complexity of data, like we discussed. So, and another interesting trend or fact is, according to Fivetran, there is only 13% of companies that report that they are being able to like derive value from the collected data within minutes or hours. So for most companies, like 76%, it takes days and up to a week. So almost all in 96% agree that the business outcomes can be pretty much improved if their data was more like on the fresh side, fresher, let's say. Another interesting key trend I want to share is that when it comes to data engineers, 44% report that most of their time is spent is on building and maintaining data pipelines, and that consumes and take a lot of their attention away from the higher value analytics and engineering tasks that they can be doing instead. Um, uh, Also, Fivetran shares that 97% of the data analytics leaders say that business outcomes would improve if their teams could spend less time on the manual pipeline management, and 71% of the data leaders characterize that manual oversight of data pipelines as the wasted time. Um, Last but not least, I want to share this one. It's really exciting. So according to IDC, 81% of the customers are likely to choose a vendor because of a pre-built data source connector. So if you have a pre-built solution out there that will serve your organization in terms of automating data analysis, you have a leverage on the benefits. So of customers checking that out, seeing how this would serve them better for their organization, and then going into details of like proof of concept. I mean, it's a fixed solution, but of course every use case has its own, and every workload have its own use cases, and every use case has its own requirements. So I mean, I can pretty much say that 90% of the businesses they want to become data driven, and only about like 30% has been successful, and this is according to Harvard Business Review. So what we've seen it now, it's boiling down to the challenges in managing that growing volume and complexity of data. Data is growing, and in the next 5 years it will triple and like become increasingly even diverse, and the source location that it's coming from, so it's pervasive. It can be extremely difficult for teams and most cases individuals, to manage and make use of that data. All right, so that being said, so every data journey is different, and there is no one size that fits them all. I mean, when it comes to that, I mean, like we said, organizations, they face several common challenges in their data journey. Many have limited data engineering bandwidth or capabilities. Some struggle with integrated like data sources, formats, and are trying really just to move away from the manual spreadsheet-based analysis, and they want to also maintain compliance with various regulations. So every journey is different, every organization is different, and they experience different challenges. Startups, for example, are expanding rapidly, but they are under resourced. So some have no data engineering teams, some are still working to move off, the manual spreadsheets for their core business operations. And as the business grows, they're struggling to merge those data sets together into one consolidated view, which they often rely on their engineers or their developers to create those reports that can like inherently create, let's say, for a bottleneck and take a lot of their time out of their days that could be focused on value and on other value added activities. So I mean, it's this is why there is multiple challenges and every journey is different. So the path to gaining insights, follows four key steps here. And the first one is just like you want to get your data into one place. So after that, you can do some transformation on the data into useful formats, including cleansing the data, normalizing it, making it more rich and better so as to propagate and reflect on a visualization a dashboard that you can use to make your decisions. The third part, is implementing the proper governance and controls. You want to make sure you adapt to the rules that you'll be, running the solution. And finally, is that you enable the data consumption through the multiple or the various, let's say, analytics tool. So when we like tend to talk about data, in the frame of insights that you can gain from it, these insights are really like destination, but they often like there's often a long winding road just to get there. So after getting all the data in one place, it's just gonna take some time. In many cases, analyzing the data requires merging multiple data sets, and once you've formatted them properly, so you have to inspect them. And yeah, so I mean, in short, then you have to reinforce the governance and controls to redact them. And then at the end of the day, this is like a tedious and it consumes a lot of work, but and with not much really value. So most like organizations, they're lacking bandwidth and the skill set to make use of products that can handle all that heavy lifting. What is the modern data strategy looks like? So I mean, the many businesses like they are looking to modernize their platforms and like fully utilize their data. So in order to do so, they have to like encompass the end-to-end data journey that we spoke about earlier, and this is enabled by like a set of technology building blocks which help you manage, access, analyze, and act on the data, which encompasses the full spectrum of the data lifecycle. And this gives you the options to connect to data sources, empower your teams to run analytics using the uh, tools or techniques, and manage who has access to the data with the proper security measures and policies, roles, as well as the data governance controls. How? And this kind of by modernizing that, it allows you to break down your data silos and store any amount of data at a low cost in an open standard-based formats. So here, this is where our solution stems from. So the automated data analytics solutions, or ADA in short, it offers 6 features. So yeah, it's like ready to use out of the box. It's an easy to use interface. There is pre-built data source connectors. So it offers simple integration with BI tools, visualization, so you can implement fine-grained security and governance, and it's open sourced and community driven. Like, I want to basically provide here an overview of, since, as we said, data is becoming a strategic asset to organization. So this undermines how your business operate and make decisions, and ultimately you want to use that to serve your customers. So while we discuss the challenges, that organization face with the growing data, you have to effectively make use of your data so that your business can invest on those data capabilities. So um, this is how the automated data analytics on AWS solution will solve the problem. It provides you an AWS native production-ready deployment data platform, which enable your organization to analyze your data sets faster and managing all that full spectrum end-to-end data lifecycle from ingestion to consumption and visualization. So this is why in AWS we have built that solution. We want to help you simplify the analytics journey that you're going through. And this is a pre-packaged data solution which is ready to use at any point in time. So it's available on AWS, and it's built with a serverless, event-driven approach that aligns with what we use with what we when building in AWS, adheres to the whole architected framework. I can share more resources if you want to know more about this. So it really automates the data lifecycle. Like I said, from ingestion, transformation, governance, and querying those data sets. It uses under the hood. There's many services that we're gonna discuss in the solution architectural diagram. But also, I mean, that being said, you know. It easily integrates with other third-party data visualization tools as well, and you can assign roles and group based with governance, at row and column level. And it has there's like an open source. It offers an open source license which encourages you contributions to continue support that variety of the data use cases. So by using that, you are achieving a faster time to value, deriving insights from disparate data sources, and democratizing the access to data across your organization, and ensuring that security availability of the company data is 24/7. More on the benefit side, besides what we have discussed in the overview. So the solution achieves faster time to value, reduces operational overhead by managing those disparate data sets, and you only like it enables the self-service analytics for SQL users, and kind of create an organization-wide collaboration. And most importantly, it deploys in minutes through a single click, which we're going to explain how it's done. And so basically you don't really need the deep technical expertise to have this solution, to use this solution for your organization. As far as use cases, so it serves multiple industries and like organizational sectors. So for example, the marketing organizations or teams can analyze their campaign attribution, customer behavior, or even, let's say, traffic patterns, so as to create their events. The sales teams can examine the transaction analysis and find out more on customer churn and basically lead conversions. Other in the IT organization, so IT teams also can like perform application debugging, product analytics, log analysis, and finance teams can investigate more on, let's say, fraud. You can use this solution to investigate more on fraud cases, as well as profit loss and statements and like billing inquiries. Here I want to show you a solution preview. So I'm just gonna play this.
All right, so I just want to run through a quick demo to give you an idea of the look and feel of Ada from a user perspective. Once the application is deployed into a customer's account, users will access it through a browser-based interface and essentially use it like a software application. We built the product for non-technical business analysts that aren't necessarily familiar with AWS services. So this provides a simple, out-of-console experience that abstracts away all the core processes that are happening behind the scenes. I want to keep this sweet, so I won't go through everything, but I just wanted to call out a few key features along the way. So users will start by creating a domain, which is essentially a logical grouping of data sets. Could be teams, could be projects, however they want to split it up. I'll then go through and create a data product, which is a data set that's gone through the full ingestion cycle and ready to be utilized by users. The data set that I'll be pulling in is a CSV file that contains recent cases. You'll see here that you have the ability to automatically detect and redact PII that's found within the data set. So I'll just go ahead and do that. Find the file here and advance. So this will take me through to the schema inference. So it will crawl the data set to infer its schema. You have the ability to take a look at what's happening within the table. And if I need to, I can apply transforms directly. So you'll see that there's both pre-built and custom transforms that can be applied. So let's say if I wanted to drop a column in the table, I can do that here. And this will automatically generate a preview of how that transform is applied. You also see with the custom transforms, you can use Python scripts to apply anything that we don't have out of the box. All right, so we'll see here that the country code column has been successfully dropped from the table. I'll just advance, have a look at my work, and press submit. Now this kicks off the job to run through the entire applying transforms and PI controls before making a set available to users. Now, while this is happening, have the ability to query the data set as it's being published. So once the schema is generated, we can query the table. Now this will take us through to the interactive query workbench, where users can run SQL queries on the available data products. So in this case, I'll just run a simple query to aggregate the number of COVID cases by date. So now that we see the results, we also have the ability to export that to a CSV or share across our organization. So when I share this, I can do it publicly or privately and specify it to a domain. And what this allows me to do is to reference this later by a name alias, along with collaborate with different teams across the organization. We also have the ability to set governance controls across these data sets to restrict visibility to specific attributes based on user groups. You'll see that out of the box, PII attributes will automatically be governed, but you can create your own or edit the permissions to the existing attributes. So for example, if I want to go in here, you'll see that the governance controls are hashed by default, but you can adjust that on a user group based level. So let's say for default users, I want to hide the data completely. I have the ability to do that here. Maybe for power users, I want to hash data, and for admins, I just want to keep that visible. You also have the ability to apply row level controls through SQL where policies. One more thing I just wanted to point out that you have the ability is to connect to third-party visualization tools. So you'll just do that by creating an API key and configuring to the Athena drivers. So I've already connected to Tableau. And when I do that, you'll see that I do have access to all my domains, along with the data products with the governance controls that still flow through. So I thought I would just keep it high level for today. Hopefully this gives you an idea of how you might use the product.
So that was.
All right, so I just want to run through a quick demo.
Just gonna go over next slide. That was a short demo on the solution, but now let's just go through the high-level overview of the architecture and what constitutes that solution. So, I mean, like the automated data analytics solution, it integrates, over as you can see here, like maybe 20 AWS services, and it's all done serverless. So we carry the heavy lifting, and there's no management overhead. So you don't have to worry about infrastructure, and it's a pay per use. So whatever in bandwidth that you use it's the only what you get to pay for it. So it features it's a kind of an on-demand infrastructure and modular microservice architecture. So, and this is all designed with the number one priority, which is security, keeping that in mind. So it's simply deployed as a cloud formation template, as we spoke. So in the cloud formation template, so basically what happens is in the template you get to like kind of provision the infrastructure and the services provided in the solution, and then so all the resources are on demand. Again, you don't have to pay for any idle resources, and it's essentially what I wanted to say. Like again, microservices. It's component of many microservices, and with the being like the core data platform, but also there's query, search, front end, governance, and data connectors. So you can always see here. This is as far as cloud formation. So in the front end, the solution uses Amazon CloudFront, and for distribution, and is protected by AWS WAF for any malicious intents. As far as the number 3 on the federated identity, which is here, the Cognito. So Cognito user pool manages the federation and storing users from external identity providers. There's also a Lambda. You can put Lambda functions, which are used to handle, let's say, custom authorizations of federated authentications from other identity providers, and mapping those federated users to the automated data analytics AWS identity access and management model. On number 4 here, what happens is that this is really on the access and API layer. We have the identity and access management, which is the core security service. Um, this is where we have this interacting with a Dynamo table to store group policy statements and the Amazon Cognito user pool for managing the federated user authentication. We also have the Amazon right there, API gateway. And this is again for federating requests and access to all resources. As far as number 5, so this is on the event gateway side. So the service called the Amazon Event Bridge, Event Bus, and Gateway is used here for event-driven application messaging between the microservices. So as you know, to propagate and persist the notification to users. On the number 6 here, we see a range of core solution services. And basically, it's more on storing details about data products and managing the creation of the infrastructure from ingesting, transforming, and management. So maybe from also high level. It's you can see here on the that's on the 7th side. So using step functions, orchestrate data lifecycle through a set of events. And then on number 7, we see here this is on the dynamic infrastructure side. So each data product, using like let's say here, for example, AWS Glue is used to preview transform data, and Athena right there is used to query is used for executing queries. And like you sent the demo for detecting and classifying personal information, we use AWS Comprehend, which maps which maps to the data schema during any importing process and compiles with the query with the user-defined functions in order to mask or hide any columns, rows that is configured through the governance rule. So I mean, like this is on a high level how it looks like. Another the interesting case study that I want to show for a customer which enhance their analytics out of the box by using the automated data analytics solution is Stacks. So Stacks, what they wanted. So this is a real world implementation where the customer here faced the challenges with the limited engineering bandwidth and the data silos, and they implemented the ADA solution, creating a single source of truth and saving about 6 to 12 months of engineering efforts and improving their operational efficiency, while also maintaining governance compliance requirements. So the testimonial also from their managing directors notes that it enabled a better informed product decisions. Our partner ecosystem, and so we have a lot of partners, and they span over system integrators, technology partners, and across many regions, North America, EMEA, and APJ. So they provide you really the comprehensive support for implementation and integration for that solution. And we just see an examples of customers that have been successful by using that partners and auto system. All right, so I guess this brings us to the end of our presentation, and I hope it was useful. So just gonna come up.
All right. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Very comprehensive, lots of data, lots of names for products of AWS. All right. So what we got now is, yes, this is the Q&A session right now. I see Farana. Farana, can you hear me? We need you on the stage.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can.
yeah. Hello. Happy
Hello.
to see you. And yeah, that was Mohammed over here, and he left. I don't know why. We'll wait for him. Anyway,
Yeah,
thank you for joining. And how are you?
yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you. Yeah, it was like the whole summit was like very informative. I felt like that. Yeah. So I enjoyed. I
Cool. Thank
watched
you.
and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. And we're waiting for one more speaker, and he's not here yet. No, we're not waiting. He dropped like in the last minutes. Anyway, three of us. It's enough to throw cool Q&A session, and we have great questions. So let me find those questions. Sorry about that. Hey guys from tech team, I can't see any questions. Let's I'll go and find them. And yeah, here it is. The first goes to you, Mohammed. And here we go. Are there specific SDK or APIs provided by AWS to facilitate this integration?
Yes, I mean, look, the solution itself, it's available on AWS, and there's also a GitHub repository, which I mean, you can further know more about, let's say, SDKs and APIs that you can use along the way for to facilitate that deployment and that connection between your let's say platform and the solution itself. So definitely, there's more into that. This was a little just more from a high level, but I mean, later wise, even I'm happy to share the sources that you'll be able to equip yourself so as to faster move forward on the solution itself with the recommendations.
Thank you very much. And here's the question: if someone wants to know more about the ecosystem, about this specific product, or I don't know, more products that fit to this ecosystem, what should people usually do? Connect to you or connect someone else? How it works on AWS side?
Yeah, I mean, you can reach out to me directly, and we have a dedicated sales team with the dedicated account for every solution that we put on the public, and offer for customers. So on those you can just I mean, there's always a contact to reach, but feel free to reach out to me, and I can direct you to the right team that will help you, support you, and make sure they listen well to you, and then serve you on that.
Thank you very much. And we go to Farana. And many React Native libraries break after updates. How do you ensure long-term stability without constantly patching or replacing dependencies? So many pain in this question.
Uh, yeah, I know because I go through the same pain like again and again. To be honest, like there is no one answer to this. So first of all, we should try to like pick the libraries which are very well renowned, that at least we know that they will update over the version upgrade, they will upgrade those things. But still, because this is one of the reason that people don't sometimes don't is reluctant to choose React Native and go for the native solution. This we cannot like avoid. But sometimes what I used to do is that unless necessary, I don't do version upgrade. Maybe what we can do is that in background, that because we do have lots of real-time work is going on, so maybe in background parallelly someone is working a few of the hours of his time, but or when we have some buffer time, during that time we pick this kind of work. But choosing a right library is really really important. Otherwise, like, there will be time when you have to start maintaining that library, because otherwise there is no other way around, that, okay, otherwise
Right.
it's broken. So yeah, it's better to choose the right library which suits you.
Right. But how do you decide actually how many stars, or you search in Stack Overflow, or how it works on your end?
Yeah, so I look for, like, yeah, the star is very important, that how many stars it has. Like, also I look for that how active. There are some that there are some bug dashboard is there, and how active actually they are developing, how many developers are involved uh, in that open source project, and how active they are to maintaining these projects, how long this is
All right.
in place. So yeah, those are the key things.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. And we go to Mohammed to next question. What are the recommended approaches for rendering ADA generated insights with a React UI?
I'm not sure if I understand correctly the question by rendering generated insights.
Yes, it means probably ADA is refers to your topic. I can assume that like automated data analytics. So I assume it something about that. Or if not, we'll skip
Okay.
it.
Yeah. I mean, no problem. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that, I mean, if if you have like huge data sets, and no matter how that uh, that your data repository looks like, the solution will still capable of handling that. Why? The reason is when you are ingesting the
Sorry,
that
Mohammed,
data,
the
and
sound
then
is really breaking. We can't hear
the
you.
storage, AWS, for example, you can use.
All right, all right, all right. So something with the internet, I believe, and we'll probably then jump to a few questions to Rana, and we'll try the next question to you, Mohammed, a bit later. What is the best approach for handling performance critical features like GPS tracking or health sensors when React Native falls short? Wow.
Yeah, so it's
So it's all
always.
about problems. I don't know. Is it kind of only problems with React Native, or is anything good actually?
No, definitely there are some lots of things good about. That's why people still even with these problems still choose React Native. Like, there are something good there, especially if you compare with other cross-platform framework we do have. The performance is like, here is really good if I compare to. But it's definitely like that. You are choosing between whether cost and easy to go market, because once you are in market you can then decide that, okay, now I have a better budget, now I have a big team, so I can like go for the native solution. But definitely for the quick go, React Native is a very good approach. But yeah, so for example, in these kind of cases where this is like there are lots of performance critical features, if I have, if I can choose, I will definitely go with the native solution. But let's say that we started already, the project is already in React Native. So in that case, in React Native, one of the very key feature is that you can integrate with native modules. So what I'll do is that I'll integrate that native module from Android for the porting the Android native codes, and for porting the iOS code, native iOS code. So I'll do those things to get the better performance, because with React Native I cannot ensure that this kind of performance critical thing can ensure. So if I have to go with the React Native solution, I'll go through the native solution porting in this case. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Your sound was like a robotic one, and it was breaking. Let's try again, maybe, or I don't know. Let's try again for sure. Uh, let's go here. Yeah. Are the best practices for managing user permission and data access with using ADA with React?
Yeah. So I mean, that's a good question. There is, for example, like, I mean, let's just go back to the previous question also. I mean, so on the rendering part, I mean, when using React, you can for your, let's say, application, to develop your application, and that. So I mean, this is where you also can use the ADA solution as an integration to data analysis. So this is where it's, steps in, and the advantages and the features that I discussed as far as an analytics solution is concerned. It can integrate and work with React at any point in time for your application. So it completes it. It completes that from an data analytic pipeline solution. As far as the permissions and roles, so when you have your engineers, let's say, they are working on a specific React solution, and then you want to have let them have access to the ADA solution. So you can use the IAM service to assign roles and permissions, and based on that, divide on who is able to use and see what exactly, and who's able to. For example, when you have business users will not be really concerned what's happening on the processing, cataloging, or ingestion part. They want to use that visualization capabilities, so as to make sense of these dashboards. And this is where you use IAM to assign each user, whether a business analyst, data engineer, that access privileges.
All right, thank you. And we have one more question to Farana. What are the biggest bottlenecks you encountered with React native apps, and how do you resolve them effectively? I'm sorry for this problem raising questions. It wasn't me, sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. So yeah, so the biggest problem I always faced is with the version upgrade. Like, so yeah, whenever you have to do version upgrade, you have to ensure that that yeah, you have to be like keep a big chunk of your time, that okay, it's not like one day job or something, because whenever you do version upgrade, there is a high chance that your app will broke, some library is not working. Then you go to those library that okay, what's wrong, is there anything I can do with the library upgrade or something. So those are the few things you will face, and you have to fix those things. And another thing I normally used to be honest, I forgot the name what I used, like this is a tool used for, like, what are the changes I can done for the version upgrade, but I totally forgot the name of the tools I used, so that it's at least give us a bit of breathing space. But trust me, that's still there are lots of things you have to fix. Yeah.
Thank you very much for answering and joining, to Mohammed, to Farana. sorry about these questions about problems, not about how great the technology is. But anyway, this is that is question from the people who actually trying to use and struggle from that. Thank you very much for joining. I hope to see you on our next events, and have a nice day or evening or morning, whatever you have.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Thank you. Okay,
All right.
bye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye. So, dear audience, we have two speakers and one Q&A session left for today. And right now we're taking a small break, 5 minutes to freshly breath and take some cup of something, I don't know, coffee, tea, water, whatever you do. And we'll go and dive deeper into mastering Mapbox, advanced analysis, and FPS boosting strategies from Alexander from Yolandis and our friend Max Base, Saeed Ali Mohammedin, building a custom text code editor with React.js. Two nice sessions ahead, and yeah, we need to take some break. See you. I was dancing a bit with this music, and I'm back. I'm back. React Global Summit by Geekle 2025 AI edition is here, and we are completing our uh, first day React Focus Day with two brilliant speakers. And the first is Alexander Kornienko, Mastering Mapbox, Advanced Analysis and FPS Boosting Strategy. Let's go.
Hi everyone, today we are going to talk about maps and in particular about mastering Mapbox, focusing on analytics and performance optimization. Before we start, I would like to take a moment to introduce myself. I am Alexander Kornienko, Senior React.js software developer at Yalantis, winner of All Ukrainian Student Olympiad in IT 2018, member of Algorithm Club under the membership of Andrei Popek, a founder of icorabooks.com, and a student at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. In addition to that, I would like to share my journey with Mapbox tool, over 1 year of hands-on experience with Mapbox, develop real-time mapping tracking features. An achievement I am proud of the most is the performance optimization of the map. I managed to elevate the frame rate per second from 15 to stable 60 for a large amount of markers when it was necessary for a business. Agenda for today. Introduction to Mapbox, comparing Mapbox with other mapping solution, project goals, initial implementation overview, performance challenges and bottlenecks, optimizing for high FPS performance, and at the end of this presentation we will have Q&A session. Okay, let's start. Firstly, Mapbox is a flexible mapping platform for building custom interactive maps, real-time data visualization, and geolocation services for websites and mobile apps. As we can see here, Mapbox provides 3D solutions and provides customization, video taken from original Mapbox website. Mapbox is trusted by a large number of well-known companies such as Strava, Adobe, BMW, Booking, and other providing companies. Okay, let me walk you through a comparison table between Mapbox and Google Maps based on my research. First of all, customization. Mapbox stands out with its full customization options. With the style editor, you can change scenes like road colors, water features, and adjust about any element you can imagine on the map. Google Maps, on the other hand, has more limited customization options which might not be as flexible for detailed designs. Offline capability. When it comes to offline use, Mapbox truly excels. It has strong offline support, which is vital for mobile apps in areas with poor connectivity. Google Maps, however, has more restricted offline capabilities. Then moving on to 3D capabilities. As we saw in the video earlier, Mapbox is a great option if you are looking to work with 3D objects. It provides excellent support for 3D mapping. Google Maps unfortunately doesn't offer the same level of 3D functionality. And the most interesting part of comparison table is pricing for high usage. In terms of pricing, Mapbox offers a competitive model, particularly for high usage. Its pricing scales based on your needs, which make it cost-efficient choice for heavy use projects. Google Maps, in comparison, tends to have higher pricing, especially for advanced features and high usage tiers. Data source, it's a very important topic here. It's Mapbox use OpenStreetMaps. And it's an open source platform that allows anyone to contribute and update map data. While this can be a great advantage, also it can lead to potential issues like vandalism where incorrect data might be added. Google Maps, however, use its own validated data source, with every map features carefully reviewed by the Google team, ensuring great accuracy and reliability. Street View. One area where Google Maps has a clear advantage is Street View. If your business or project requires detailed imaginary and pricing location context, Google Maps is the obvious choice, as Mapbox currently doesn't support Street View. This is pricing model provided by Mapbox, pay as you go, volume discount, and save when you commit. Mapbox has transparent pricing, and I will compare the web version where billing is counted each time the JavaScript library is loaded. The first 50,000 monthly loads are completely free. Google Maps has a billing process that charges you for each map load, the similar we just discussed with Mapbox, with a monthly fee of $200 for up to a certain limit. To help clarify the pricing, I have calculated the cost per request and created a price comparison chart. As you can see here, cost calculation for Mapbox price is slightly lower, which means it provides genuine fees for Mapbox, and it can be a good decision to work for scalable projects. As you can see, Mapbox is blue line, Google Maps is orange line. But from other perspective, when you only start and you have low amount of data, it's pretty similar what you use, either Google Maps or Mapbox. Finally, we can move on to more practical use cases, and for today our main goal is to implement a map that renders n markers. Let's imagine we should show parking lots of the Kyiv area. As you can see, I will implement React solution for the web and React Native solution for mobile. As you can see here, to implement tracking parking lot map, I have used React for web, React Native for mobile, Tailwind for styling either React or React Native, and Export to make interaction with React Native easier. Okay, I want to say that implementation of those two map boxes, either with React or React Native, is published on my GitHub repository. You can check it. Link will be present here with our presentation here. And I think we finally can dive into the implementation. Before we start, we need to install dependencies to our React application. First of all, we need to install Mapbox in our application. npm install Mapbox.gl, or either use yarn, what is best for you, what suits you the best. And since we're using TypeScript here, it's highly recommended to npm install dependency for types. And very important topic here, it's a note I mentioned here, that very important to ensure that import Mapbox.gl dist, Mapbox.gl CSS file is imported to our app.tsx file. It's very important to make sure the app renders the map correctly. After that, we need to create .env file where we place our public keys that we taken from Mapbox account. First of all, you should to create a Mapbox account, get here, and you will have a public key. Just copy paste it and you can move on here. To initialize your key, just use Mapbox.gl.access token and parse your token. I highly recommend to move it to env file. Do not hard code it in your application. It's a bad approach. Also, I want to highlight one very important point. When we implemented, for example, we just implemented a web application that renders markers, users have the option to go into the network setting and get an access token which can be used for personal needs, as you can see here on the screenshot. I highlighted it with screen color. You can see user can easily go to network, get this access token, and use it for personal usage. Then I highly recommend to prevent unintended usage of your access token. I recommend to go to a Mapbox account page and create a new token with a specific token scope shown in the screenshot. As you can see, public scope styles, fonts, datasets, and vision should be checked, and make sure to specify which URL are allowed to send request. Yeah, it's screenshot here. As you can see, URLs that allows. I, for example, added icorybooks.com, but in your case, I recommend to use URLs you use for your production environments. Also, for local purposes, I don't recommend to include localhost in your allowed URLs. Instead, use only production URLs. In case you want to use Mapbox for localhost, please create another token just for localhost purpose and never show it to everyone and never insert it to production environment. Also here I placed the rules how properly use valid URL formats. It's pretty easy, support a lot of different URL formats. You can take a look. Okay, let's start the implementation of the map. Firstly, we should create a component where map will be rendered. As you can see, I created Mapbox.jl map component. Here I added some interface props and initialized div element. It will be a wrapper for the map. Then I use this component in our app.tsx file. As the props, I have longitude, latitude, it's our key of course, and zoom, it's level around 12. Okay, inside component, I initialize map container ref to interact with the div in the near future to make life a little bit easier. Okay, to finally create a map instance, I have added map ref to interact with the map directly and use Mapbox.jl map to create a map instance. As for the argument, I paste the container. It's a div we created before and style for the map. Yeah, Mapbox provides different styles. You can easily take it from the original website, as you can see here, or create in Mapbox Studio custom map style. Result of creating a map style will be a style URL, similar to what we have right now. Okay, to make it right, I have initialized map inside use effect when component is mounted. And also very important, don't forget to create a map when ref binded to div is not initialized. I mean, when map container ref current is not initialized, just return null, nothing undefined, just not create a map, because we will not have, it's not possible to render a map inside a div element. Okay, moving on to additional arguments. First, it's position view. It's center, longitude, latitude. We parse it as an array of numbers. It's only 2 numbers here. And the second one is the zoom. I parse it from the props. Important thing we didn't mention till this moment, it's remove map reference on unmount. Yeah, let me show you here. Yes, it's when component unmount, we just remove map ref current remove. It's make sure that when component unmount, we do not interact with the map. It's important to note that building for the Mapbox library or Google Maps library occurs every time the JavaScript library initialized, which in our case happens every time the onload event is triggered. Okay, creating A marker is similar to creating a map, but in this case we need to attach the marker to a specific point on the map. Our target point is latitude and longitude coordinate of the cave. Just remember to add the marker to the map using the add to method. Yeah, I init it to our Mapbox shell map, and to make it more clean and render marker on init, I place it into use effect, create a variable just to have access to instance to remove it when we no need. In our case on unmount, as you can see here. Yeah, addition to that, easy way to customize marker is just create a div element, customize it and place it as an argument here. For example, like we created a div element, we assigned class name, we assigned some background image, set it some width, height and background size, and we just put it as an argument for Mapbox shell marker element. Yeah, probably it was not obvious, but as you can see here, for 2000 markers, web application shows around 13 FPS, but for less than 300 markers, we can see stable 60 FPS. Probably you may think about how so powerful tool shows so bad results on a big data. And I can show you a video I recorded with FPS coverage that it's indeed very laggy and not smooth when we interact with the 2000 markers. And the question, what could possibly go wrong? Yeah, it's two memes here, what potentially could be go wrong. And yeah, I can say, let me make it more space. The issue is here, the way how we render our markers. It's not obvious for the first time, but let me explain. It's a kind of example. When we invoke the Mapbox shell marker function, it creates a new instance of the marker and place it in on the map as a div element. When we zoom in or zoom out, the JavaScript library adjusts the position of the marker to keep it anchored to exact same spot using absolute positioning and moving the position attributes. Now let's break down what happens under the hood for just one marker. When the Mapbox library updates the marker position, whatever it's a left, top, or any other attribute, the browser recalculates its layout. This process known as reflow, it's followed by repaint, but it affects only the marker rather than the entire map. Mapbox provides this way by using transform translate, which avoids the reflow step and only triggers a repaint. However, this approach still has its limitation with 2000 markers. The GPU's memory can become saturated, leading to frame drops. Moreover, Mapbox continually recalculates the exact pixel position for all markers on the map, and when you combine all of this, it can result significant performance issues. And yeah, let me just fix this a little. And before me moving on, it's very important to know what is GeoJSON here. Firstly, it's a format for encoding variety of geographic data structure using JavaScript object notation, JSON. Why GeoJSON important here? It's about simplicity, easy to understand and implement. Yeah, it can look a little bit difficult for the first time, but over the time it looks very simple. Secondly, its flexibility, support a wide range of geographic features and properties. Compatibility integrates seamlessly with modern web technologies. And very important, it's a performance, lightweight format using efficient data transmission and rendering. Okay, example of GeoJSON. It can be look very difficult for the first time, but let me explain. GeoJSON provides some things like feature. It's a representation of the entity with properties. Let's imagine it's like an object. Feature collection, it's array of features. Geometry object, it's like geometry that can have either point, line string, polygon, multi-point, multi-string, multi-polygon, or no, that's all that can have geometry object. Yeah, let me also, I didn't mention about geometry collection. It's array, a combination of geometry types. It's like an array. Yeah, I will point here where is feature collection. We have right here an object type feature collection. It means it's array of features. Yeah, array of features. And to start the feature, we need to type feature. And after that, we have properties. Properties is needed for additional information for the marking. For example, it can be important for popover. And geometry here, I have type polygon. It means that some area with coordinates. Okay, to understand it more clearly, you can go to geojson.io. It's website powered by Mapbox, and you can easily type here some GeoJSON data and check how it looks on the map, or you can use marker points, put it on the map and check the result on the right side, as you can see here. And let's finally figure it out how to render marker correctly. First of all, initialize a render optimized marker function. First of all, we need feature. As we just learned, it should be an object with the feature and geometry. Inside geometry, I place the type of the point, I place it to some coordinates. Also, GeoJSON supports properties. It's made for some additional calculation or visibility of whatever data you need. In my case, I have added title just for popover. Yeah, after feature created, we need to add source. First argument is the name of the source. It should to be identical. And second argument should to be GeoJSON structure. Yeah, almost there, because we cannot operate with a marker as a DOM element. To change marker's image, firstly we should to load this image to Mapbox, then add source we just created to lower and inside layout. Very important to use icon image, custom marker. After that we will see marker on the map. And very important to mention, in case there's some error, we should to throw error before load the image to Mapbox. Yeah, I have made FPS, the same FPS analysis in the beginning, and as you can see here, even for 2000 markers, we can receive stable 60 FPS. Yeah, I also have recording of this smoothly behavior. I also implemented the same using React Native, and for 10,000 markers we can see stable 60 FPS here. Yeah, let me camera make it left. It's a stable 60 FPS for 10,000 markers on React Native mobile application, even when we're scrolling and doing some zoom in, zoom out things. Now we can see, now we can see that marker render as a part of the canvas layout. We cannot get the marker using inspector. Canvas doesn't have a DOM structure, as no layout recalculation happens. The only repaint happens here in some part of canvas. Yeah, that's all. That's the end of our presentation. Yeah, thank you everyone. Thanks for having me. Also, I will share some tools. First of all, it's a Mapbox, and it's also a GitHub repository I mentioned before. One for web, second for mobile. It will be very easy to just clone your repository or make a fork and add your access token, and just to understand it from real on-hands usage. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Right. Thank you very much. That was even spectacular and really beneficial, even for me. And I'm not React user, but also for all the audience, I believe. And Max Base is the next speaker with building a custom text code editor with React.js. So let's see what curious can be in this topic.
Hello and welcome everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today at React Global Online Summit.
My name is Said Ali Mohammed. You can scan me and find me on the internet and GitHub under Basemax names. I'm here to talk about building a custom text code editor with React.js. I'm a software engineer of Summit and GitHub. I'm CTO of Astros company. You can easily find me in the open source and internet under Basemax username at GitHub. I'm programming is over 10 years. My education background is pure mathematics. I'm trying to combine the mathematics and computer science together to fix the problems. In this project, we are going to create a text editor in React.js and TypeScript. We are going to create a Socket-based server in TypeScript to provide real-time collaborative editing features for the user. Today, we are going to create a text editor for Markdown language. So it's going to be a simple and easy text or code editor. The aim is to provide a useful tools to be able to change a README or Markdown codes real times and provide collaborative features for the user. We create a new project. We go to the terminal. We need to create a new project. I prefer to use Bun. So for creating the new project in Bun for React, you can create Bun. First, we need to create a client directory, server directory. First, we go to the server, init Bun, server, source, index.ts. At the beginnings, we are going to create the backend side for the editor. Backend side is going to be a simple one. Okay, created. Let's start. In the server, in source index, we can import Express from Express, import server from Socket.io library, create server HTTP. Now we need to create a config file like that. Here we can import port from config. Also, we need to create another file. We create Express web server. We need to allow course origin, and then we need to set the connections using the port arrow functions, and just console log server is running on port, like that. So we almost created the backend side. We just need to install library. So here bun add Express, bun add HTTP. No need to install HTTP. Just Socket.io. Bun add Socket.io. Also, it's good to add types Express. Okay, fine. Almost no error. Let's go to IO file. In IO file, we need to create IO connect functions. It is the main functions which we are going to use. IO functions will accept the arguments. So argument will be socket. So now we need to import the socket type as well. Also, we need to have a default code. For default code, we need to create another default export const. Okay, it's going to be the initial text as the editor. Let's to have online users. Good. In the connections, we can increase the online numbers. User connect Socket.io. Sorry, Socket ID. Socket init update markdown. We need to have joining feature. Everyone who is going to join the room is going to have a username as nickname, and we are going to just console log it. Join the room. We are going to only handle one room. No need to handling multiple room. Only one. So everyone can join one rooms, and we are going to only have one code base, one strings, one imports. So it's going to be a simple one. Okay, fine. Last one, we need to handling the disconnections. For disconnection, we need to increase the online user and just provide log user disconnect get ID and broadcast online users. Okay, it's going to be everything's about our backend side. Okay, let's test it. Run starts. Okay, we need to create script bound source index.ts script. The source we need to okay. Oh, sorry, we need to go to server directory first. Okay, cool. It's working. It's only one error. IO set. Sorry, IO.on, not set. Sorry, it was my bad. Okay, it's working. Now we are running the backend on 9092 port. So the backend finished. Let's go to the front-end side. In the front-end side is mostly similar. We can stop it. Let's go back, run it. Also, it's good to create a React project in Bun. Create React project in Bun, TypeScript. I really prefer to use Bun because Bun compiler is really quick. It is really nice. It is awesome. It is amazing. So we are going to use with project name is clients React on the TypeScript. Okay, down. We need to go to the client directory and move everything here. Okay, Bun install. Here is the project. Everything's going to be fine. First of all, I can say we can delete index CSS, only padding 0, margin 0, body font family, sans, fine for the beginning. Main TS. Okay, app, we don't need app. We don't need app. Okay, it's good to the beginning. Don't run dev, just start React testings, just building and running. We can start just to save time. Oh, it is about maybe VPN. I just need to turn off the VPNs. No problem. Okay, we need to add some library. Let's stop it. Bun add suket.io/-client. Also, I prefer to add another one, React markdowns, to easily convert markdowns code to HTML codes to easily be able to render it. Okay, that's fine. We need to import IO from suket.io clients, React markdown, user state, and I think we will need use effect and use ref. That's fine for the beginning. We need to have some state input for markdowns. We need to have loading. Default is going to be loading mode. We need to have username. We can have disconnect. We can have error handling for the username, just to make sure it is a valid username. And online users, it depends. Also, we can detect it is a mobile or it is not. maybe we use it, maybe not. For handling, we can use window inner width is less than like 768. We will need to have some ref for username, ref for text editor, ref for preview, and yes, let's write it. Input ref, use ref, type will be HTML input elements. We can just leave it null for now. Text area ref, type will be HTML text area, okay, fine. Preview ref, which will be a div. Okay, it's good for now. First of all, we need to update the mobile state, so we can check and handle resizings. Set is mobile if window inner width is less than 768. Window at events listener resize, and we can just return. Remove event handler resize and handle resize. Resize not resets. Okay, fine. So it is good to detect if it is phone or not. Maybe we can use this booleans just to improve the responsive, or other features just to delete and hide things in the phone. Okay, now we need to have another use effect. Aim is going to check the username from local storage, so we can use local storage just to storing the username and nickname of user. Storage username, local storage, get item, username or nickname. If we have stored username, so set username, store it, set is connect, suket emit, join room, store it username. It should be small. We need to define the suket as well. We need to define it. It's not a problem. We will define it very soon. We will back to this one very soon. Okay. For the suket, we need to handle the different things like connecting, disconnecting, reconnecting, update markup, online user, and joining room. So let's define the suket. Server suket and reconnect true, reconnect attempts infinity. We don't have limit. Reconnection delay 1 second is fine. Reconnect delay max 5 seconds is fine. Okay, we just need to have server suket. It's good to have it inside a config file. So let's create config file. Config ts, okay, fine. And inside the config file, we can just have it as localhost, like that, or maybe my server IP, because we are going to really test and deploy it on the internet. Why not? We just need export keyboard here. Okay, fine. 3099. Okay, let's change 30. Okay, we changed the port. Fine. Then we can start and continue using sukets. We emit joining rooms. Also, we need to handling connect. Set loading will be false. Also, we need to handling disconnections. Text editor ref print. We will complete this later. I will explain more about this one. On disconnections, we need to set loading again true. Also, we need to have reconnections. The aim is to automatically provide reconnections mechanism. Set loadings false. Okay, now we need to handle our customs events like update markdown. Online users. For online user set, online user will be count and Our comments name will be just count. Set markdown content fine. If we don't have any store username, so let's put a timeout. Timeout can be 0 because we are going to run it immediately. And input ref can be focused because at the beginning we just need to focus on the username fields. If we don't have any username in the local storage, so we need to focus on the username fields and ask the user to type the nickname. And at the end we can return arrow function which includes socket of connect, disconnect, reconnect, update, markdown, online users. Okay, fine. We can have a use effect for changing the state of connections. If disconnect change, we need to change disconnect. If it is true, so let's have a timeout. It can be 100, and then we can focus automatically on the text area. So after asking the user to type the nickname, we connect to the server and sending join room, and then automatically focus on the text area. Fine. Now we need some functions like handle, username, submit. We need to trim the username. If trim username is blank, we need to set error. Username can be empty. Return. Local storage is going to be set username trim at 1. Socket emits join room trim at usernames, and set is connect true, set error empty. Now we need another functions for handling hidden for the username fields. React keyboard events HTML inputs. Fine. Now we need to check the key if it is enter. Yes, it's fine. Now we need to prevent the defaults and running the handling username submits. So now we need to change functions for the editor. React change event. It can be HTML text area, and inside this we need to set markdowns, target value, and socket emits markdown change target value. So we need to use these two functions as well. Okay, fine. So let's go to the UI. If is connected or not. If it's not connected, so we can return a view. H1, please enter your name, type text, value username, on change, set username, target value, on key down, handle key down, style, placeholder, your name, input ref, auto focus. Also we need a button, we need an unclick, handle username submit, style, we need to complete this slide later, join. We need to check error, style, display the error message as well. Okay, so it is the loading mode. If it is not connected, we are going to just show. What's about the loading? If we load is loading is the name is only loading. Return connecting to server. So only the main modes. Here we need to have a text area. Ref should be text area ref. We need a value which is markdown. We need to have on change, which is handle change. We need to have on scroll, which we can complete it later. startup importance, and type your markdown here. Style markdown body. It is important. We are going to use a library to style the HTMLs to be similar exactly like GitHub's markdown style. The library name is markdown body. I'm going to search it right now to download it. Ref is going to preview ref. On a scroll, we can compilate later, and inside that, we can use React markdowns, and the input will be markdown. Okay, let's just download markdown body GitHub. Oh yeah, this one. This is a library, and we are just going to maybe use dark version. It is a CSS. We can easily copy paste the CSS, create a file here, markdown CSS, and finally we can easily import markdown CSS. We can have another ID to display the online users. Okay, fine. Only one thing. We are going to save the location of the scroll when user disconnects, and after reconnecting, we just need to set the previous saved location. Okay, so here we need 20 functions. First is going to be handling the editor scroll, and the second one is going to be handling the location of preview. Also, we need to sync the scroll. When you scroll in the editor side, we need to sync and change the location of a scroll in the preview side as well. So we are going to split the screens to two parts. The left side is the editor, right side is going to be the preview HTML results. So first we need to check, we need to have a syncing reference. So let's go up here. Is syncing ref, use ref will be false. Also we need scroll position ref, which will be editor 0, preview scroll 0. Okay, so we have two scroll position, one for editor, one for the preview as well. Now we check if syncing reference current is true, return it. No need to process the functions anymore. We need to get current of the editor, we need to get the current of preview, current reference of the preview, and now if editor is not variable and it is undefined or null, just finish. Otherwise, we need to calculate ratio percent value of the scroll position. So we can get the scroll top of preview divided by preview scroll height minus preview client height. So it will be ratio of the preview. And now we can just set syncing through. Now we can change this scroll position of the editor. Ratio multiply editor scroll height minus. Then we can change the position reference to be equals to preview reference equal to preview scroll top. Okay, fine. And finally, we need a timeout. Only a decimal, maybe 10. Now we just need to copy paste this one in the first functions. Just the similar thing. We just need to change the preview to editor here. And changing the preview scroll now. Editor scroll. And use a scroll top. It should be editor scroll top. Now it's time to use this function as well. In downs, in first ones, we can use this function in text area on a scroll. We need to use this one. Also,
we need to have here handle preview scroll. Now it's time to add some style. Styling is easy, so it is not a big problem. It is easy to do it. Okay, fine. Now it's time to use the style as well. Like here we need to use container usernames. Here we need to use app container styles. Here we need to use online user style. Here we need to use text area style. Here we need to use, sorry, it's going to be here text area style, but this one is going to be preview style as well. Okay, fine. Moving styles and loadings. We can use container loading style. Here we can use container username style, username input style, and join button style as well. Sorry, this one is join style, this one is error message style. Online user style, online user style. Only here on these connections, we just to scroll position ref, current editor position, text area ref, current, and scroll top. Also we need to do same for preview scroll and get from preview ref. Now it's almost complete, and I think we can run it just to see it's working or not. Error? No error. It's time to disable the VPN. Okay, just build. Fine, amazing. Please enter your name, Max. It's the default text in my previous state, so my name is MA, not Max, but Control Shift N, opening another one. As you can see, online user is 3. I think we already opened several tabs. Let's to finish everything. Okay, online user is only 1. Opening another browser, enter your name. Ali, maybe empty. Error, space, empty. Okay, we can see the error. Now name is Ali. We are joining. Online user is 2. In the mobile side, we have top part and bottom part, but in desktop we have left side and right side. Okay, just testing. We are typing hello world. My name is Basemax. Okay, fine, it's working. You can just see the live coding experience, which is really nice. Let's do, as you can see, it's working. And we can have any kind of the feature like this. As you can see, the style is compared very close to GitHub. It is because we are using a library, GitHub's Markdown CSS. This library is going to provide styles to pure HTML to be exactly similar to GitHub's Markdown style. Anyway, thank you. It was my pleasure to be part of here today and present a new experience to create a live coding experience to design an editor. Thank you for your attentions. For any questions in the future, you can easily email to me. Happy connecting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Max Base, as always, he's heavy into coding, into hacking, into lines and everything. And yeah, that's also awesome to have speakers like this. But I see Alexander Kornienko on my backstage. Sasha, hello, how are you?
Hello, not bad. A little bit fatigued from a working day, but not bad. What about you?
Well, you can understand me. This is the last talk today, and we had the whole day of conference. But I still love talking with people, and I love the community like that. So yeah, a bit tired, but still cool. Thank you for your presentation. It was really great, and I saw those folks from chat saying, "Hey, that's a real senior. He knows what he said, right?" Um, yeah, tell us more about you. Why you choose this actually topic? Why it's so close to you, and yeah, a little bit about yourself. Because our second speaker, Max, actually he's not attending this Q and A, so we're supposed to be just you and me here today.
Oh, okay. First of all, I want to say thank you for so warming words, and also I have opportunity to say hi to my family, to my father and mother, my friends, my colleagues. I know they're watching right now. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh,
According why I
really?
decide,
Are they all developers? Like, and yeah, they working for Yolantis altogether, or what?
yeah, if you're talking about Yolanti, some of them developers, some of them are not developers, but they still interesting to be here. For my friends, they are also developers. For my family, they're not developers, but they
No.
are very interested in what I'm talking about.
Right, right. No, you're real cool. Yeah. So, and you are in Ukraine now, right?
Yeah, I'm right now in Ukraine.
Great, great, great. All right. I was happy to see my fellow Ukrainians. And yeah, let's go to questions then. We have the first one. How do you render dynamically changing markers like live tracking objects without causing frame drops?
Yeah, I honestly I didn't answer for previous question, but anyway, I can proceed with this one. How do you render
No.
the name?
Sorry about that. Yeah, just go ahead. Sorry, it's my bad. I just a bit
Okay,
tired.
okay. Then I'm moving back to my previous question. Am I right?
Right.
Okay, why I decided to talk about maps, especially about Mapbox. I had very interesting situation where it was very important for a business to optimize situation with the map. It was extremely lagging. It was some additional difficult features like following, etc. And when we are dealing with huge amount of markers, it's pretty difficult. It's very laggy. It's not user friendly at all. And for me, it was a task to implement to make it smooth. And from what I saw, not so many people know how to make it right. And I made it so fast. It took me around, I think, 12 hours to figure it out how to make it properly. And I decided it's a good idea to talk about for more than me, just for some people to share insights how to make it properly. And I hope someone will learn from that.
All right. Cool. And yeah, thank you for the backstory. And now it's a question to you.
Yeah, question according how to render dynamically changing markers, live tracking objects without causing frame drops. Yeah, causing of frame drops, it's according to the first approach how I implemented those markers, it's just a div element above the map. Yeah, when we do zoom in, zoom out, or making live tracking objects like markers, etc., it will cause frame rate drops. And to make it right, it's good idea to use GeoJSON, as I mentioned, like a solution, and also to render not like a div element above the map, it's to render like, for example, Mapbox use canvas, and to render it like a part of canvas. And when features like markers render move on, like left, right, it's render inside, it's like inside canvas. And because of that, it's like not sufficient lags here because of that. It's under canvas, not like a DOM element here. Yeah, I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, of course. Let's go to the next one. And no, firstly, do you actually play with some AI tools, because it's an AI edition of our conference?
Yeah, I heard a lot about different AIs, about Copilot, Cursor, ChatGPT, Gemini, and even a Grok from Elon Musk. I heard a lot of them. Honestly, at work, I do not prefer to use AI, unfortunately. I have one, it's like from JetBrains local AI. That's something similar to Copilot, but not so smart. And I don't know, I don't like that idea when, suggestion for you as lines of codes, I sometimes misclick and I don't understand why this code appear here and it's not helpful. But for me, it's just for me. Maybe for other people, it's a good idea. But from my preference, for me, it's better to use some chat AIs like ChatGPT, Gemini, just to ask some question I don't proficient at. For example, I don't know how to deal with markers. For example, I ask, what's the best idea, how to make it the best, and I see some suggestion what to do, and because of that suggestion I can make code. It's just a code. I no need to make a code for me. I am developer for that.
Right. As one of our speakers today, Bogdan, he said, well, we don't want AI to take our loved part. We love coding, right? It would be good if AI takes some boring stuff, but not this part, of course.
Yeah, I totally agree with Bogdan's opinion.
Right, absolutely. And we're trying to do that in our Geekle AI labs. So we hope to come up with a documentation solution for alpha testing on the next week, I guess. And we'll also probably ask for some input and help. All right, so let's go to the next one. How do you mitigate issues with incorrect or outdated map data affecting user experience?
Oh, very interesting question. Let me a moment to think about mitigate issues with incorrect data on the map or outdated map. I remember when I was working with the map, it was very interesting to work when, for example, when we move markers, it should to be remove the last one and create a new one. As I remember how I was working with that, I was just changing the position, longitude, latitude. I have, like, for example, let's imagine situation we have web workers. Let's imagine we have web sockets, just to make it easier to understand. We receive, for example, every second, every 2 seconds, coordinates for a marker. And I just received a coordinate. I just change its longitude and latitude. For example, as we saw here, we can make it like set longitude, latitude, just to use that method. It's for the simple usage of the marker, and for GeoJSON, I think we should to just modify GeoJSON file here and work. Yeah, something like that. I hope, again, I answered the question.
All right, thank you. And we'll move into the next one, which is what are the biggest performance trade-offs when enabling 3D map features, and how can it be optimized for lower end devices? It looks like people think you are kind of Google Maps owner or founder or whatever. You have to know about like everything about maps, but still okay.
I can answer the question. It's indeed very good question. I'm glad that someone asked about 3D maps, because formerly, like, it's not so time ago, Mapbox published his 3D map feature. It's like was introduced in version 3, as I remember. And I was like very excited about that feature because it's indeed cool. For example, you can go to Paris on the map and you can see Eiffel Tower. It's a wonderful experience. I really loved it. But at that time, it was very laggy, even for not low-end devices. Even for MacBooks, it was laggy. It was not performing 60 FPS. It was sometimes 45, as I saw. Sometimes it's 30 FPS without any markers. Yeah, it's indeed 3D maps features are extremely, how to properly say it, just to make sure, laggy, I think, not smooth. And I think 3D maps, it's like a better feature if you want to use it for your company usage. I don't know, just to make sure it's okay that sometimes map can be laggy even without markers. For example, in my situation, I thought about that to use 3D maps. I always like, let's do that, let's do this. I always propose some new ideas, but I don't think to include 3D maps right now is a good idea, especially if you know that your clients using like low-end devices or something like that. I hope I answered the question.
Right. Thank you very much. The next one is from chat right now, I believe. Is it possible to use Mapbox as minor resource and switch to Google Map API when needed, like for street maps and for giving a link with driver's map with instructions?
Yes, thank you for the question. According to switching from Google Map API to Mapbox, I can say, yeah, it's possible because we have Ukrainian company like Loon, and I read the article about switching from Google Maps to Mapbox. They said it was indeed good decision because half of the maps they hosting on Mapbox, half of them are self-hosted, and they said it was a good decision. According to first part of the question, yes, you can make it. According to make it more for drivers instructions, yeah, I can say you also can make it for drivers even when Mapbox use data source like OpenStreetMaps. Yeah, sometimes there can be cases on vandalism, as I mentioned on the presentation, but they are rare. I hope so. It's dependent on the country you're looking at. Some country can a lot of them, sometimes like a small amount of them. Yeah, it's very important in which country you're using, just to make a small research about that. According to driving, yeah, Mapbox says they are good for drivers to make. Also on presentation, you saw a video from Mapbox. They used it for car. As I saw, they use in BMW, probably in Toyota. I hope so. I watched it before, but I'm not sure for 100%. But I think, yeah, Toyota also a member of Mapbox. And I think, yeah, you can use it for drive instructions. Also, it's a good idea. I don't see there any problems.
Great. It sounds like you guys are very professional with this driving, mapping, and all these kind of services. So, do you specialize at Yolantis on that, or it's just one of projects or whatever?
No, I am not specializing like in Mapbox for 100%. I just working with that. No. I just very interested in that. I had a situation with a client, and I was very interested in how to fix it. And I was researching a lot, and I found like, oh, let's proceed with that. I love it. According to my current projects, I don't work with the maps right now, unfortunately. But I would love to take a part in some project with the maps. But right now, unfortunately, I'm not working with Mapbox features and maps interactions.
Right. Yeah, and we had the speakers on previous event, also from Yolantis. He was sharing AI-based solution you created for a, like internal tool, and yeah, we would definitely love to hear more stuff from you, especially AI focused or AI centered stuff, because it's a huge demand from the community. Thank you very much, Alexander, for being with us here today, for sharing your experience, energy, time. Дякую.
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Bye.
Героям слава. Yeah. Have a nice day. Or evening, I guess. All right, ladies and gentlemen, React Global Summit 2025, day one React Day is over. See you tomorrow at our AI Day. And if you still have no tickets for the AI Day and recordings and certificates and everything, and if you need them, you can go to our website and buy right now those tickets with the promo code. Use promo code live, or you can just chat with our Vicky in online chat. She is generous on discounts and promo codes and everything, so you can negotiate and discuss there. Thank you very much for your attention. Love you, people. See you tomorrow. And yeah, that's it. Bye.